Good evening, guys. Welcome to this Saturday stream, this broadcast for today and for this evening. Sweet dreams with Goshi. Good to see you, and good to see you too, CR. Long time no see. Well, a sip of the coffee, that feels good. So, I hope people will drop in soon. And we are on 0. Okay, guys, I think you need to begin to drop in here, guys. We have Sweet Dreams with Goshi again. Good to see you. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I hope your week has been great. Hey, big movie fan, 18 plus. Good to see you. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. I appreciate that, Sweet Dreams. How are you guys doing? How has your week been? My week has been pretty good, so I can't complain. Yeah, it's a cat. My cat. His name is Albus. He just wants to be cozy with me. So that's why. I didn't expect this so quick, but it looked like to be a new stream instead. Okay, big movie. I hope you will get more sleep today then. Exactly, CR. Meow. And how are you doing, CR? And how are you doing, Sweet Dreams? LG, good to see you, brother. And you are very welcome, my friend. His name is Albus. Yes, ER, you always have a lot of things to say, my friend. You always have. When we wait until a little bit more people drop in here and before we go to this evening's topic. My week has been pretty good. I can't complain. It has been a pretty nice and smooth week. 6 in the house. I agree, LG. Encouragement is always nice and appreciated. But anyway, I had my reasons for today's topic because something came up. Uh, Empower you all with more and raise your spirits. That's good, CR. But anytime, anyway, the reason for I chose this topic for today's stream is something came up, and I consider it pretty scary. Thank you, sweet dreams. Yeah, and feel free to get to know each other, my friends. Feel free to do so. And the information I got is a little bit disturbing. Uh, so I thought this was more important to share with you guys. Well, today's topic is the energy crisis. Jenny Nonya, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. How are you doing? How has your week been? So, now I lost my thread. Um, well, anyway, it's really disturbing. So that's why I use this topic for today's stream. That's awesome, Jenny. That's awesome. My week has been great too. Um, the energy crisis, yes. It is a well known fact in whole Europe because Germany needs the natural gas to get their electricity, France and other countries as well. But something came up that concerned Sweden. And what I consider, in my opinion, it is a bad news. And I got a newsletter, and the problem is a Swedish newsletter, and it said the title of it says, "I'm gonna do my best to translate it." Our preparedness for the electricity is really bad, and our power grid is really bad. We can't. Those who are responsible refuse to tell us about an upcoming crisis. So that makes everything a little bit problematic. So And the problem here is uh, it's a scenario um, that says, are you prepared when the Swedish grid goes down and kick us back to basically a darkness? And the problem is with this is it is a scenario that is more than likely, rather than compared to other threats that exist against the Swedish community. The part of this is about overloading the grid get overload um, when those who need more power get uh, more people who needs the power, the electricity, and that the governmental authority who has take care of the power grid has not catched up. So what they expect is that it's probably gonna happen is we might have a larger grid down. And it's not because of a foreign power or terrorists has destroyed our electricity or power station, power plants, or nuclear plants. It doesn't have anything by that to do with that. It depends instead on that those who are responsible to make sure that our system works perfect, they don't fulfill their um, job. And the cries that the contingency agency has warned us for, has gone out to people and warned us, and they say it is soon here soon. So we will face a power power grid situation, a crisis of extreme, um, well, really extreme grid down situation here. And in the near future, the whole southern part of our country will risk to lack the electricity. They can't provide enough electricity, so that will be a lack of it. And that is a situation that can affect the whole country. So they can't provide electricity for the whole country. So the risk for it is so bad that it emergency drive can be activated, which will force the Swedish to activate every reserves we have. So that is a serious scenario that we can be forced to measure that never ever happened in the Swedish history as long as we Sweden has electricity, and that is uh, basically manual deactivation, and that is a measure they use in only extreme emergency situations. And you know what that would be if they did that? That means that would be take weeks if they do a manual deactivation. That would take weeks. And those, the customers who they provide electricity to, will be deactivated. And that is, they say, 1,500 megawatts, which is near 50% of all the people in those areas. If a manual deactivation would happen, it would take weeks to restore the grid to the households. And if there would be a serious disturbance in the grid, like a fire or a transformer need to repair, uh, they say that would be, they doubt that Sweden can be built up in a near future. So it's a really serious situation we are facing. And if the contingency agency says, warn us for this, that is really serious. Uh, so, and there are obviously three different scenarios, but one of them are really, but yeah, but one of them I believe is really serious, and on top of that, it's classified as well. Um, so the lack of power will be terrible. So we're facing a huge risk here. And they don't know exactly when these cries will pop up. They don't really know, but they probably will. They know that in near future. Hey, Alona.
I am at the work, but I'm just silent because I am at the work now still.
Yeah.
Mega shout out to all in the chat box.
Yeah. Thank you for dropping in, Alona.
Yeah, because I cannot convince, but I keep it silent, okay?
Yeah,
Because
that's
the
okay.
baby sleep, the kids sleepy.
Yeah, that's okay. Ivy Styles, good to see you. And Tammy Trot. Yeah, Tammy, I know you're up to mischief again.
Hi, Tommy.
And Two Beers, good to see you.
I'm still at work, Tommy, but I just keeping the panel silent.
Yeah, that works for me. And Penay Vlog 14, good to see you and welcome. It dropped in a lot of people because I had to check there on the article. So, anyway, it's serious problems we are facing here, guys. So, that means the whole country can be, well, shut off from the grid for a very, very long time. Yeah, yes, here. That is what we are working for here, guys. At least I am, and my family.
Hi, everybody. I'm just sorry because I am not in my home. I am in the job, part-time job.
Miss Hart Gaspar, good to see you. And welcome. Hey, Uncle Al. Good to see you, Uncle Al. How are you doing? Uncle Al, feel free to join me up here, buddy. Good evening, Ivy.
OMG.
Hi, Ivy.
Hi, kamusta ka dyan, Alona?
Okay lang.
Okay, that was fast.
The signal, I think the signal is very slow.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, hi, Shadow. Now it's 10:30 here.
Yeah, it
Still
is.
not yet coming the mother.
Yeah. Hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you, man. Okay, Ivy Styles, no problem.
Oh, there's not
Uncle Al, I know you want to join me up here. You like it. You get a question from Two Beers.
I'm
What are
working,
you?
Shadow. 2 hours, I'm working. Here it is, in UAE time is 10:30
Hello!
p.m.
Hi, Alona. Kamusta?
Okay lang, Day.
Winning uli, di ba ni uli ka? Wa mo nag ay
Oh,
nauna de kag
2 months.
nauna de kag uli ni Imes no.
Oh,
Ah, nagtakan na si
Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you.
Hello. Old as dirt,
niuli.
Uncle
Niuli ko,
Al.
pait man Pilipinas.
Kadali raman. Kadali ra kaning uli no.
2 months ko doon. Unggoy nga ako eh.
Nagkita pa nga kayo ni ano eh, ni
Ni
Amoyda.
Ayads.
Pila Ay, oo. Pinanood ko kayo.
Kita kami Cebu. Taga Cebu man yung siya, taga Cebu din ko.
Parang kasalihan din.
Taga-asam ka sa Cebu. Sa Pilipinas.
Surigao ay sa Cavite. Pero taga Surigao ko.
Nasa kay Kwan Channel.
Oy. Di kita magani kita. Di ba nagkita-kita ta dito kay Darren?
Oo. Yep.
Remember? Lagi
Alam
tayo
mo
kay doon
naman,
kay Darren.
Alam mo naman sis,
Ikaw,
dami kong friend. Dami
ikaw
kong friend. Di ko na kilala yung iba.
kilala kita. Unang-una kilala kita doon kay Imes. Imes Online Vlog. Di ba magkasama kayo?
Uncle Al, I can tell
Hello,
you,
old as
my friend.
dirt, Uncle Al. How are you? How are you, my
Uncle Al,
friends? Scout.
I'm doing good.
Okay, I make you hungry because my profile is.
Yeah. Now you make a see you're hungry too.
Yes, I make it.
Hi, folks. This is your old pal, Uncle Al.
Hi, Uncle.
Indeed.
Where's the, where's the auntie?
Uncle
Sa
Al,
part-time, kaya I'm still in at part-time ba? Part-time job. So that's
Buti
why
ka
I
may
cannot talk
part-time ka.
more. Yeah. The kids is sleeping. Just here babysit for 5 hours.
that's good, Tammy.
Magkano ba dyan? 5 ang hours?
5 hours. 5 hours. I'm working here 5 hours until 12.
Magkano ang hours? Pag mag-babysitter ka, 35?
40.
Uy, malaki sa'yo.
40 dirham.
Well, Uncle
You have
Al, what I was going to say was we're facing really bad crisis here in Sweden, my friend. I don't know how much of it you heard from the beginning, but we face basically lack of electricity in the southern parts of
Like
Sweden, and it will go all over the country because they can't provide enough electricity for the whole country.
Jordan, I'm up to date with international news. The only problem with Sweden is Sweden picked the wrong side and didn't stay neutral. Sweden doesn't have a resource. And two, where are all the power plants in Sweden?
We have but they shut down one of Ringhals 4. They shut that down
Yeah.
because one of the largest components were broke, so that was damaged, so they had to replace it. But it takes until November when that is fixed. So
right, but where does that component comes from?
I don't know where they get it. It was not some that controls the temperature in the reactor. It's that important. It is a vent or pressure vent or something, so it doesn't overheat. Yeah, that
Okay.
part.
All right. That vent system is 8 to 9 weeks away on a slow freighter. It has to come around halfway around the world to Sweden. It'll be November before they install it because a lot of people don't realize Sweden doesn't have natural gas. Sweden doesn't has a great thing. Oh, we don't need these coal fire plants anymore. We're clean. We got this reactor to take care of it. Yeah, until it breaks down. Then what? Am I right?
Yeah. So the risk is
Lord.
they will shut down 50 1,500 megawatts. And that means 50% of the population in the southern part that will have no electricity.
Yep.
And it might be getting even worse. So the whole country will have no electricity. So Sweden will be black.
You get used to it. Like I said, if I was a lot of Swedish farmers, they got wood and coal. They stocked up this summer. They knew what was going to happen. So, other than you, a lot of Swedish farmers like, yeah, we got a lot of birch trees. We're not worried. They've been curing and putting away 7 cords of firewood. This would be a lot easier if Sweden just says, I don't think I'll go with Captain Crazy's plan and attack Russia because they're close by. They have all the gas, electricity, all the spare parts. It's a resource war, and then Sweden's suffering. You'll get used to it after the first 2 months when it's totally black.
I'm sitting here and tired to stand.
Hey, Two Bears.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Tubers.
Hello, Alona.
Hi, how are you? Where you are now? In Philippines?
I'm in Toronto.
You're in Toronto.
I'll be in the Philippines in November.
Mm.
At least you won't be caught in the winter, the dark winter.
It's exactly
Nice.
why I'm going there.
Yeah,
It'll
nice
be my
and warm.
first winter of my life without the cold.
Also the blackouts. And it'd be nice.
Yeah.
Tubers, are you far from Vancouver? Vancouver?
Vancouver.
Yeah, that's
Are you
across the
far?
country.
Yeah, it's
It's on the Pacific. Toronto.
it's about it's a 5 days drive from here.
Okay.
At 100 to 120 kilometers an hour, about 4 or 5 days driving.
Because I have one friend there, Guy.
Just one?
I have one friend there, from Vancouver.
Yes.
Actually, I meet already here in Abu Dhabi. He's a blogger, but not he's not serious in YouTube.
Yes. So why does it have 6 feet all over your shirt?
Huh?
Why does it say 6 feet all over your shirt?
6'8".
Yeah, 6 feet, 2 meters.
There is a number.
Well, it has no significant meaning. Like you're looking for a 6
No.
foot tall guy,
No,
or you wish you were 6 feet tall.
it's not. Because I didn't mean it when I'm wearing this. I didn't.
It's the meaningful. You have a 6 feet.
Oh my gosh, that's
So-
why my madam did it. Oh, your t-shirt there is something wrong.
So, triple S. Tell me what's the problem with your energy over there?
6 feet or 2.
Well, we are in the southern part. There risk to not the providers of the electricity will probably not give their customers enough electricity because the numbers of their customers increase, so
And
they can't.
and they don't have enough reserve.
Exactly,
Okay.
they will go to the reserves at one point, at a certain point. Yes, but when they do that, it will be problems.
Uh-huh.
And they will have to probably, it will go so far that they have to do manual deactivation, and that is a measure they,
Rolling blackouts.
yeah, I guess you call it that, but
Well, they got to shut down certain areas so the rest of it keep running, and so you don't want to keep these people completely without power for days. So you black this out for a few hours, then you give them back power. You black out somebody else for a few hours. You give them back power. The rolling blackouts to shed some
yeah.
of the load.
And the customers in the southern part, they will probably get deactivated is 1,500 megawatt, which is nearly close to 50% of all connected households.
Uh huh.
And if they do a manual deactivation, it will take weeks to restore the electricity to the households.
Sorry
So
about
that,
this, folks. I got to get going. My mom's, my mom, she has dementia.
yeah,
And I have to take care of her. So I'll probably hop back in later, Jordan.
yeah,
Nice
please
meeting you,
do.
folks.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
So that's the problem. And that is what our contingency agency has warned, sent out a warning about. But I don't know if they
Vanessa,
listen.
Katie have a corporation that we deregulated, build up the power grid.
the the one who the agency who are responsible to make sure everything works. It's the Swedish um
Government,
power. It's a governmental Swedish
a regulated
power.
agency.
Yeah, it's an agency that controls the whole thing.
Yeah.
They make sure that
It's
agency
hard to be a
um,
OFW.
has as a job to make sure that everyone,
Has electricity.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
but they didn't catch up on their job, so they didn't fulfill their job.
They didn't want to spend the money.
I don't know what they done with that, but
They didn't want to spend the money to upgrade the system.
so it says we probably
Now it's
will.
catching up.
Yeah, so we probably will have a major grade down.
IB, asan ka ngayon, IB? Sa Pilipinas ka?
And it's not about the foreign power or terrorists or things like that. It's depend the it would be the guilty ones would be the agency who controls the electric transferring system is
Oh,
safe.
IB,
Yeah.
asan ka ngayon? Sa Pinas ka or country? Which country you are?
He's in Sweden.
Maybe
Sweden.
he's sleeping. She's sleeping, I think.
So you're right.
So
You're right in the corner of the Baltic, right?
Ah,
I'm on the Swedish east coast in the northern parts of the country.
Uh,
Well, the English word for the my city I live in is Eagle Shields Bay, but if you translate it direct to English from Swedish.
Shadow.
Yeah,
By the way, I'm so sorry because my this madam coming maybe 10 minutes. I will go down.
yeah, no problem.
I don't want to be he come if she come and I will be in the line. It's not good for them. So I'll go down after 10 minutes, huh?
Yeah, that's okay.
Guys, I'm so sorry, guys,
No problem.
because I am at the work. I cannot stay longer.
Uh, well, we had a prepared. Sweden had a preparedness to handle these types of crises, but when they begin to deassemble and destroy the whole uh, civil defense and our emergency storage.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they begin to phase that out, they destroyed also our ability to be prepared for energy crisis.
Yes.
So they have messed up really
Well, these
bad.
these coal-fired plants that they shut down, are they dismantled or they just turned off?
Ringhouse 4 is shut down because they have this yeah, they control it's a huge large part that controls um, the temperature in the water in the reactor,
Uh
so
huh.
it doesn't overheat,
Yes.
and that has break down, so they need to replace it. And the last thing I saw about that was they would finish that in November, and
Okay.
that one it break down in, I believe it was July or August.
Yeah.
So that is, and we have in a couple of Ringhouse is one a nuclear plant, and we have one in Oskarshamn as well. So, but
Yeah.
most of the electricity we produce here in Sweden, that is on export.
Yeah. Well, I
I
would
believe
think
we, I
I
believe we export to Canada, and I believe was one of the countries at least.
export what to Canada.
Yeah, I believe we export to Canada electricity to Canada.
No. No.
I might read it wrong.
We're on the opposite side of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah,
The majority of our power comes from hydro,
yeah,
from water, which can't, as you may know or may not know, Canada has the largest abundance of natural fresh water in the world.
yeah. I remembered that wrong. Maybe it was some countries we export to anyway,
And we have
and
a
I
few,
I,
and we
I
have
don't
a
know.
few nuclear plants here. They're Canadian made. It's the CANDU reactors,
Yeah,
and they've taken one of them offline. They've converted the coal firing plants to natural gas. Some of the coal firing plants they've shut down. The ones that they shut down, they've completely dismantled them.
yeah,
And our grid is tied in with the northeastern United States.
yeah,
We supply them with power, and they supply us with power. The grids are tight chained together. There was a problem a number of years ago. I think it would have been about 15 years ago
Yeah.
when the whole system went down for a whole week. And it put something like 60 million people without power for a whole week. But fortunately, it was during the summer. So after that, I went out and I bought myself a 4,000 watt generator,
Yeah.
which I just sold. Finally sold last week. I'd been hanging on to this generator for the last 15 years. In 11 of those years, we've been living in an apartment, so it was sitting in my living room underneath my kitchen table for 11 years.
Yeah.
And you can't run a gas generator on the balcony.
Hi guys, I have to
No.
bye now guys because I received the call that they are coming now.
Yeah. That's okay.
So I will come back later, Shadow. When I'm done, when I reach my home, I will come back to you.
Yeah.
Bye.
No problem.
Bye, Tempest. Yeah. So you're worried about being without electricity?
Well, I'm more worried. Well, no, I'm not that worried, but I will probably manage pretty good.
You'll have no internet.
Well, yeah, that will be an issue, but you have to take it for what it is.
Yeah.
So back in '89, out east ice storm, freezing rain knocked out power. Yeah,
Knocked out all the power in the province of Quebec. Was that like what do you think, about 15 million people that it affected?
yeah,
The great big huge Quebec, all of Quebec's power comes from hydro from up north, like about, I don't know, about 800, 900 kilometers north of, say,
yeah,
Montreal. And the big, huge hydro towers, there was so much ice buildup on the power lines that pulled all the towers down to the ground. These big steel towers bent like pretzels all over the place.
yeah. I bet they did. Ah, thank you for that, Liselot. I appreciate that. Yeah, I read it wrong. I saw it as
Well,
quick.
I'm pretty sure that there's some agreements in there that these other ones that they're supplying power to, they'll cut them back first before they cut you back first.
Yeah,
I would assume that there'd be clauses like that built into the contracts.
yeah. And when, let's say, the whole country goes down, well, nobody, no fuel, no, you can't go to the grocery store and shop anymore. That will be
Well, I'm pretty sure that the grocery stores would adapt fairly quickly. It's all about money.
yeah, but most of the system is computerized, so they have to rethink.
Yeah. I almost got a turbine generator
Okay,
oh, about 20 years ago. However, the guy who was going to give it to me had a heart attack and died. I was doing access control for some of our telephone buildings in the province here.
yeah,
And in 3 locations, they had turbine generator sets in there. The whole turbine itself, the setup, is in a a box that's about 15 feet by about 6 feet, maybe 7 feet high, and it can put up enough power to power up about 25,000 homes.
Yeah.
They paid a contractor to take one of them out of one building. They paid him to take it out, and then they gave it to him. At the same time, they gave him this thing that they paid him to take out. I said, listen, on the next one, give me a call. I'll take it out for free. He goes, seriously? Yeah, I'll take the whole thing out for free for you. And unfortunately, about a month before this decision was made to take it out, the guy had a heart attack. Because
Ouch.
he was the one in charge of the projects of removing these turbine generators or PT6 aircraft engines,
Yeah.
powering up generators. A lot more efficient than a diesel engine. And the turbine engine will run on practically anything that burns.
Yeah.
You can even make it run on wine. It's just a matter of changing.
Wine.
Yeah, wine. It's
That
just a
was
matter of changing the nozzles.
that was never
My
heard that before.
Yeah,
That was a new
my
one.
father was chief engineer at Pratt and Whitney when they developed this engine. He was on the design team
Okay.
way back when in the I guess it would have been the later part of the 50s, early 60s.
Well, that is awesome if you can run it on wine. Expensive, but
Yeah, so
as long as you
it'll run on diesel fuel, uh, aviation fuel, gasoline. It's just a matter of changing the injection nozzles.
yeah. And I guess that is pretty easy to do. So do it, change
Yeah,
it.
I went with my father and he took me along with him when he went on a business trip. It was during the Christmas holidays to Alaska,
Yeah.
to an Air Force base there. They had two of these PT6 turbine generator sets on the powering up the base, and they had complained that one of them had a bit of a vibration for about 2 months. So my old man, being one of the senior engineers there, was sent up there, take a look at the generator. He gets up
Yeah.
there and he finds out they never shut it down to look at it, so he gets them to shut it down. And he takes pieces of coat hangers and that to get in there between all the fins to line them up. It looked like a catcher's mitt, about this big on the front
Yeah.
section of the turbine, progressively getting smaller as they went through the series of blades.
Yeah.
The old man figured it sucked in a piece of solid ice about the size of a base of a softball.
Yeah.
It had continued running for 2 months after that.
Those blades has a tendency to get destroyed easily if that
Yeah,
happens.
but the PT6 turbine engine, which is used in quite a lot of turboprop smaller airplanes, helicopters, and that. The last time that I had heard about it, it was upgraded to 70,000 hours of use before total overhaul.
That's a lot.
70,000 BTO.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Uh, Remember, water can be issue if it goes longer. CR says.
Yeah, they need the power to power the water pumps.
Yeah. Indeed.
So, you having any drought there in your part of the world?
Well, we can have Um, I know we had maybe 2, 3 years ago we had a drought
But
here.
not now.
We had a drought, and I believe it was.
So you're not in that situation at this point in time.
Now we are in the fall now, so
Yeah,
we're heading to for winter.
yeah.
So we have from July 23rd to August 23rd. We have basically what we call the dog days. It's hot and humid,
Hmm.
which spoils every food pretty quickly. Yeah, pipes can break as ice forms in cold and wet. Don't mix in winter.
I
Yeah,
was living in Montreal in 1995, and the wintertime up until New Year's Eve had been in the 20 to 25 degree Celsius range, which is extremely unusual for Montreal because Montreal is in the snow belt of Canada.
yeah,
And, and usually my birthday is towards the later middle part of October. And usually about a week before my birthday, there was always a snowstorm. So here we go from about 20 to 24 degrees Celsius every single day, going right up until New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, I took my dog out for a walk around 6 o'clock. It was 23 degrees Celsius. Um, Shorts, t-shirts, at about and yes, New Year's Eve. So you're seeing all these girls going out to the clubs, all dressed in like halter tops and mini skirts, that kind of wear. The girls in Montreal, they really like to show off when they go to the disco.
yeah,
Okay, so they're all heading out. At about 10 o'clock, the temperature dropped. From 10 o'clock till 11:30, it went from 23 degrees Celsius to negative 35.
Oh, that's a huge drop.
Negative 35. Within 1.5 hours, the temperature dropped. In my apartment, all I kept hearing was these loud, loud bangs about every 3 or 4 minutes. That was actually the big 6-inch sprinkler pipes that go from the bottom to the top of the building, contracting from the cold, and
Yeah,
slipping between the holders. Bang! Bang! Anyways, my dog wanted to go out for a walk, and she got maybe about 300 feet, and then she started screaming in pain from the cold on her feet. So I picked her up right away. And this was also close to about, it was after the closing time of the bars, about 3 o'clock in the morning. And on New Year's Eve, good luck finding a taxi at 3 o'clock in the morning.
yeah,
All I saw were all these girls running down the street with their halter tops and the shorts. You'd never seen nipples sticking out so far and so many girls all at one time.
ooh,
35 below. None of them were wearing coats, nothing.
ooh. That must be a real shock. Oh man.
Oh, and also they had water mains breaking all over the place. Is that
Yeah,
up to that point the ground was still fairly wet, and when the temperature dropped that fast, it even froze below. Sta- the standard rule here is the frost line is 3 feet deep. If you go below 3 feet below the surface of the ground, usually you can lay pipes and they don't freeze there.
yeah,
But most of our pipes are like 10 to 20 feet deep. So with the ground being slightly wet and the sudden drop in temperature, it actually froze pipes that were 15 feet deep in the ground.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah.
That must have affected the power lines too.
No, it didn't. We still had power the whole time.
Yeah,
Power came
that's
from
good.
800 kilometers north.
Okay.
That's already wintertime up there.
Yeah.
You're on the edge of the Arctic Circle up there where we get our power from, like from Hudson's Bay, James Bay, the James Bay Hydro Development Project, and they even send power to New York State. New York City gets a lot of its power from James Bay.
Yeah.
That's probably like 1,000 or more kilometers away.
Yeah, it is. Got to be careful in apartments with pipes breaking. Yeah.
I was doing work in a hotel in Montreal. It was called the Champlain Hotel. This building was 38 stories tall. And at one point, the chief engineer in charge of the building maintenance, he had a heart attack and died.
Yeah.
So, anyways, the hotel wanted to hire within, and they gave the job the only person who applied for it, and he was a banquet waiter.
Yeah.
And at the time, the hotel industry was in a little bit of a slump. So the management had a brainstorming session on how they can reduce costs. And one of the major expenses, of course, in a 38-story building is heating.
Yeah, it is.
So this guy, the banquet manager, now chief engineer in charge of the building maintenance, put forward that they'd shut down the top 28 floors of the hotel.
Oh.
Like cut them all off, turn the water off, turn the electricity off, all the heating on those parts going up.
Oh, the guests were probably not happy that day.
Oh, everything worked fine. You still had 10 floors of rooms to rent out.
Yeah.
Problem was when springtime came and the sun started hitting the side of the building. Well, all the toilet bowls on all the floors that were shut down cracked over the wintertime because there was still water in the trap of the toilet bowl.
Yeah.
So that split the toilet bowl apart.
Yeah. Because it's expanded.
Yeah. And all the water that was still in the pipe started to thaw out. And then they had those 28 floors all flooding. I was there to do work on a multiple antenna TV system, which sat on a 120-foot tower on the roof of this building. They were 38 stories up, another 39 stories for the mechanical room, and then you got the roof and this big TV tower on the top. I go up there, and because everything froze, including all the drains on the roof, I go up there. This is like a week, not a week, about a month into spring. There's cattails. You know what cattails are?
Yeah. I'm very familiar
There's
with it.
cattails taller than me all over the roof.
What?
Now this is a roof also with a tower that's hinged at the bottom. You know, with like this, with a great big huge bolt at the bottom.
Yeah.
So when I went up there, and there was also a guy there from Motorola Radios because they had radio repeaters up there.
Yeah.
And we're both looking at it. We can't see the bottom bolt that's holding this tower up to inspect it. No fucking way. I'm not going up this tower. So we both left
Yeah.
without doing our service work until they could clear all those cattails off of there, get all the water off the roof so we can inspect the tower to make sure it was safe before we climbed up.
Yeah, I guess that was a lot of work to clean that from cattails.
Well, not only that, but repairing the 28 floors, it cost the hotel millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, I believe it did.
I
Eh,
really hope
Hey,
my
CR.
audio works.
we'll just shut the power off on those floors in the middle of the winter.
Yeah.
Save money.
CR, I'm going to take a bathroom break here for 30
Oh,
seconds. I'll be back.
I'm
okay.
gonna be.
You know what?
I'm
Apparently,
leaving.
I gotta come back too because someone just showed up. Oh, go figure. I'll be back.
I'm leaving.
I'll be back, everyone. Sorry.
There you
Let's
are,
try this
CR.
again. Of course, as soon as I get on, someone wants to show up,
Yeah,
and hopefully my audio keeps going. So you gotta
yeah,
tell me if you can't hear me or something, because I'm just gonna go with it.
yeah.
But yeah, man, now is the time to do something. Way
Exactly.
before, way before, you know, the colder temperatures, invade the
Hey,
northern
Tammy.
hemisphere. Well, we're coming into the fall, right? Right now.
Yeah, we are in the fall already.
Yeah, we're coming into the fall. Some places already the leaves are returning, right? I mean, so and some of the temperatures up north, northern parts of here in Canada, it's already getting like close to the freezing mark at night. So
Hey, Tammy Eisenblader. Good to see you.
I
Long time no see.
and hopefully I can stay in here.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I know that'd be nice. That'd be nice for once. I've been having so many issues with StreamYard. If
Yeah,
it's
I don't know why.
Hey, if it's not that, someone's calling me and interrupting me on my own stream. Oh, that's a different story.
Yeah, that's a different
That's a
story.
different story. But yeah, some things happen. Sometimes real world things have to come up first. So do what you can to be ready, right? I mean, you know, it really does depend where you are and stuff like that. What you have access to, urban area, suburban area, countryside, whatever. But do kind of take it seriously. I mean, I take winter seriously here, anyways, but things happen, and I
Yeah.
know, and I know. Oh, about the pipes breaking in apartments, Joran, I was gonna say was I've seen that happen to one person before because they lived on the second floor, 2 floors above. Someone broke their pipes because they left the window open and it froze and the pipe burst. What happens? Water falls down. Right. That's why
Yeah.
But you live on a higher floor compared to everyone else, right? So I'm saying if you lived on the main floor, second, or the lower floors to be aware of something like that.
Ja,
You can be careful. You can be careful as you can, but it's the people above you, right? It's the people above you to be concerned about, because you can't control their actions. And all it takes is someone to leave the window open. And then the next thing you know, pipes break, and next thing you know, your unit's flooded. That's what happened to my buddy. He woke up to an inch of water on the ground. Everything got wet. Clothes are wet, right, and stuff like that. And
Did he
remember,
lived on
a lot of that
the bottom floor or top floor?
Yeah. Well, remember, that water is probably not very clear or clean, so it might stink, and you don't know what it's mixed with, right? And if it gets in your clothes because they're on the ground or whatever, or it leaks into it, then you probably have to wash them, because you probably don't want to wear wet clothes, and they probably will stink. You don't know if there's like gray water mixed in, or like black water mixed into the system. Because the way that it all happens, right? So, because you have no idea if this pipe's for clean water or to remove dirty water from the system. So, yeah, that was annoying. Not only to mention about the water damage and all that stuff, mold that develops, yeah. Because my friend went through that last year.
Yeah.
It's like literally like a month after the Texas freeze last year. And there's a lot of stuff to learn from a situation like that.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, it's the water that's the major thing. Well, next to the heating part and all that stuff, but water, right? Because water damage will be consistent. It freezes, mold develops if you don't, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Everything becomes wet, water damage, right? So, hopefully it wouldn't never happen, but I don't know. If an apartment, like if your apartment lost power for the whole week, like let's just say, well, it's Saturday. Let's just say till like Thursday, starting today, and stuff. So, because when water leaks downwards, right, you don't know where it's gonna end up. It can end up in a closet, just because that's where it wants to run. And next thing you know, all your clothes are wet. So yeah. Because most people don't keep their clothes in a container or in a dry all the time, because they're using them all the time, right? I mean, even for me. But in a situation like that, I'd be like, maybe I should cover my clothes with at least a bag, or keep them in a bag, a plastic bag for a little bit, just in case there was issues with the water. That way, even if water gets onto it, because it's... Sorry, I have background noise. People are doing stuff, and I'm sorry. You see what happens? I get good audio now. I got like background noises.
Yeah.
I know people are using a jackhammer. Sorry. I'm trying to get out of the way, but it's just like I'm trying to like get around the corner. But yes, sorry everyone. You have to post the chat to me. I'm not looking at the chat right now, so I don't know if anyone's asking anything or whatever. So just put it up or say it every so often. But yeah, in a situation like if I was in a situation where an apartment like you, like I don't live, and I lived on the bottom floor or the second floor or whatever, I'd be like, okay, if the electricity goes out, heating's probably gonna go down.
Yeah.
Which means water pipes can break. So I think that's where I would actually like put some clothes into a bag, just tie it off, or at least cover it. That way, there's less of a chance. I would have the outside of the bag be wet. Sorry, there's like so much. I picked a great time to join the stream. Yeah, I picked a great time. Yeah, but yeah, if stuff like that gets wet, then it's more of hassle. So a little proactiveness, like a garbage bag, right? And hopefully you guys would have some, right? I would hope, or something along the lines of that. I mean, some sort of Mylar space blanket to cover it. I don't know, or something. Just so water doesn't get into it, and stuff like that. Because I'd rather know that, hey, I took the time to put it in a bag and it got wet. I'm less worried about it because I'll be like, oh, but the clothes are still dry. They still smell good. I can still wear them. Not, oh, they're soaking wet and they stink because of sewer water or whatever. Or gray water. And stuff like that. Or water that has rust in it, right? And your white shirt's all dirty and wet. So you're not wearing that during the winter. Alright? Because water's bad in the wintertime in terms of getting wet and stuff like that. I'm assuming you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, background noise. I'm trying to avoid it, but very hard to. I know, because I didn't realize they were be doing using a jackhammer. So.
But no matter what, the problem with this apartment I live in, at summertime, this apartment will turn to a sauna, basically.
Yeah.
And at wintertime, the apartment turned out to be very cold. So my wife freezing, and it's very chilly.
Yeah, I think.
And if the power goes out for a longer period of time here, this apartment, well, would be not fun.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to muffle that external sound out. So you guys don't hear it. I wouldn't care so much if it was my stream, but it's not my stream. So, out of respect for you, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
That way everyone can still hear you. You can hear me. But yeah, I mean, that'd be one of my concerns. Is the water and pipes freezing? Well, because I know you can drip it and all that stuff, but it's one of those things because once that happens, it's a whole new ball game, so to speak, right? Because things you have to do that becomes the priority.
Yeah.
Because you get water damage, and if there's no heat inside, that water's gonna freeze on the ground too, in the stuff, and then yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, see, this is why I brought this icon up this time around. I brought the fall winter icon on.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Yeah. Pun intended. I know I'm talking about winter stuff, and it's like sunny and 70 Fahrenheit. But I know that it's coming. It's just an eventuality.
Yeah,
if we get lucky, then some places won't get affected, but there will probably be at least a few places. Either because the lack of that electricity or lack of energy, or because some sort of natural occurrence like freezing rain. And hopefully they won't occur at the same time, because that'd be a multiple front. That'd be annoying. Both the energy crisis and a freezing rain. That'd be very, very difficult.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
I mean, and for anyone that hasn't noticed, there's a lot of multiple fronts that we're facing, and sometimes it feels like that. It's not just this one thing; it's this combination of stuff that'll start to wear you down, wear down your resilience, wear down your resolve. Because it's just like Although it's not in all places right now, but like the food and gas, the shortages, right? Combination
Yeah.
and stuff like that will start to wear you down. And doing stuff today, proactive, is probably a good idea.
Yeah. So
I don't know what the side chat's saying, so you have to inform me if they are saying something.
well, they don't say not that much at the moment. It
Okay.
doesn't move
All right.
at
All right.
all for
I'm just glad that my
problem.
audio's still going. It's been
Yeah, your
15
audio is
minutes and I'm
perfect.
still good. I better not. Yeah, I better not talk about it. Okay. I better shut up about that. I don't want to jinx it. Anyways, keep
I'm a
going
little
on
bit.
here. All right.
So, what worries me if there would be a longer term.
Let's just say a week. Let's just say a week, right? Let's just even say a week,
Well,
7 days. Longer than the 72-hour window, longer than 3 days.
if something would happen in the middle of the winter, it would be not very funny. It will not be pleasant.
Yeah. And you may or may not expect it. Well, you would. Well, if you're being proactive or whatever, you'll be seeing it may happen, but you wouldn't know when it happened. It could happen during the day or at night.
Okay, LG, I understand. No problem.
Yeah, okay, LG. We appreciate you dropping in though. And listening to us.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And second star is driving. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sir. It's all good. Hold on a second.
But if they expect there would be weeks without electricity, and if that happens in the middle of the winter, that would be devastating for
I think, like I said, if
a
you can
lot of
avoid
people.
the water damage, you'll be much ahead of the game. Because once you have water damage, right? I mean, the expenses that come afterwards, even if it's insured or whatever, you still have to wait to claim it. You won't be able to live there, probably, with that kind of water damage.
Probably not.
Right? So plan for that too, right? Hopefully you have secondary locations, friends, family, some right retreat, bug out location, blah blah blah, so forth, right? Because that's what happened to a lot of people. You know, they can no one can stay in this one room because it's wet. It needs to be dried out, and all the stuff has to be removed because there's water damage. And if water sticks around for a while, it would freeze or you get mold, right? And then, of course, you can't stay in a residence that has mold everywhere. It's probably not good too. So.
And it depends on what kind of mold it is, because there's slow growing mold and fast growing mold.
Right.
So
never mind about any smell or stink from the type of water it is. Because the water's probably going to start mixing everywhere. Because, like I said, a sewer type of pipe, I mean, well, that'd be a crappy situation. Right? That'd be even worse than just a simple, clear water break. It's just clear water or fresh water. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. OG. I mean, look at the footage that's happening out east in what is that, Pakistan right now? Major water damage. And there are places that got water damage this year too. What, Vegas had that, right? I mean, so yeah. I mean, but during the winter, I mean, it's just gonna be worse. I know some people have those like water pumps and stuff like that to pump that water out, but but you need power for that, right? Gas for the generator to run that. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it'd be one of those things. Because you would only have so much gas, right? And in a situation like that, in my opinion, you would not know how long the situation would last.
Exactly.
I would assume it would be worse before it gets better. It wouldn't just, like if the pipe broke or whatever, it'd be like, yeah, this days or weeks of this now. It'll be a bit. Like even if you had someone to call or whatever, they're probably gonna be busy, right? I'm just saying, like you call a plumber or whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone's probably calling a plumber, so they're gonna be busy.
Yeah, they would be
backed up, right?
Yeah.
Where they can't get to everyone, and you're gonna wait in a waiting line. We can only get to you in like 2 days. We're very, very busy right now, right? Where the priority is like certain things or people, certain buildings first, because it's even more. Yeah, maybe your floor's wet, but other people are like flooded up to their like need or something. Yeah, that probably has higher priority. So
yeah, probably.
Yeah, avoiding this kind of stuff is probably important. So, like knowing where
Water
your
is the
water
only
shutoff
element
is.
that kills and destroys in multiple ways.
Yeah, water is important to us, but it's also destructive too, because the way that it flows and it freezes and it expands when it freezes and all that other stuff. I mean, I would because I could just imagine like water getting into a piece of wood or whatever, and if it freezes, it's just gonna expand. It's gonna break that piece of wood in time if it freezes.
Yeah.
So, right.
And LG has a point. If the sewage pipes break, that's worse than just water damage.
Yeah, because
indeed.
that's black water, gray water that probably has smell to it. So you're not start smelling it, you're not see it, mold and all that stuff. And you're like, I'm just like looking back in the past from things that have already happened to places and see what's the major problem that they have with it as it occurs, right? So water damage. If it's freezing out, then it's not freeze, and I mean like. And you can't remove water that's frozen into the ground.
Yeah.
You can't really remove that, right? Well, you could try to chip it out. I don't know. Maybe it would work. I don't know, but I've never experienced quite flooding because I live in a higher elevation area, but I do hear of localized or regional type of flooding, right? Very localized, maybe an apartment only or whatever, but if it's not bad, just regional or just very local, then just imagine if it was the whole town, right? And such, or a major part of the suburban urban area or whatever. Yeah, okay, OG.
Yeah, and the landlord has their own carpenters, their own painters, and they probably have their own plumbers as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not all of them, but landlord has people who can do the basic, but when they can't fix it, they call in the plumbers. So
because I think
then they call in electricians from the outside. They don't have their own, so
yeah, and there's only so many of them, right? Just imagine if there's like even like 100 of them, but there's 100,000 people homes affected. you're still waiting. No matter what, it'll be a priority thing, right?
You
They'll
can
probably
wait for
prioritize
weeks
the
before
highest
they do.
priority, right?
Yeah, you can
You
wait
know,
for
like
weeks before they do something
yeah,
on
like
your
if you only have an
apartment.
inch of water, you probably have low priority compared to someone a building that's like, hey, their whole basement's flooded out or something like that. That's probably even worse. So you might have to wait, which means being well, that's beyond proactive, but being able to resolve it yourself or at least make improvements to your situation might help. Because water's gonna be those things, right? It's gonna be your best friend and your worst enemy in winter.
Yeah,
Because you need water, right? You don't need water for those rice and beans, those dry stuff to cook with, right? But
yeah,
don't get wet. And something like, hot water heaters are not keep you warm if you needed to, right?
yeah. I
I mean,
like.
like I would, even depending on the situation, I would use hot water. It'll buy me a couple hours. At least it'll, right? And indirectly use that energy from like fire from like a barbecue or whatever to keep me warm. That's how I would do it. And avoid burning anything inside unnecessarily. That's a bad thing too. Carbon monoxide was a big thing too. It is. Not just fires, but carbon monoxide poisoning. CO detectors. Because what's going to happen is people are going to try to burn stuff on the inside, right, to keep warm.
Yeah.
During the Texas thing, I've seen the videos, right? The barbecues, the outside fire pits, right? The heavy coats, right? And remember, if you're melting snow or whatever for water, ice is better, and have a little bit of water in the container to start. It'll help, and a lid helps too. And lid helps too. All right.
And I like a solar generator. I had in mind to buy a EcoFlow river generator.
Yeah, but that helps initially when it's fully charged. But what happens if you're in a snowstorm and it's cloudy for the next 4 or 5 days straight? Still for you.
Yeah. In that
It's gonna
case,
be
you have some
less
problems.
effective. No matter how big that solar panel is, it's not done. You're not gonna get the power that you get midday when it's actually sunny out.
Exactly.
So that's why you need to diversify. And like I like solar too, right? But I also realize it's not always sunny, right?
So my idea was
let's just say your country of work or your country you're staying in or whatever state, province, whatever, has solar and wind generators. Okay, I'm all for that green energy. But the thing is, what's gonna happen is if the wind turbines get ice on them from freezing rain,
yeah,
well, if
that will be a
it's gonna
problem
cover the
too.
solar cells, it's less effective, right? And usually these snowstorms will blanket the area for a while. So, all right. So solar is gonna be less effective. Wind, it depends. If there's no ice on them, then they'll keep going. But once the ice get built on them, then they'll slow down because it'll add resistance in. It'll start to slow it down.
So that is what I need to get me.
Yeah, I know
That
what you mean.
is, I need to save up some money for
But yeah,
for uh, solar generator.
yeah, a generator is more of an intermediate step. I wouldn't do it
Yeah,
unless you had other stuff first,
and I also need to get
like food and
myself.
water,
Yeah, and
flashlights and stuff like that for power.
yeah,
Well,
and I
because
also need to get a heater as well.
yeah.
Uh,
I mean, let's just say you live in a more suburban area with a home or whatever, right? Even something like an outdoor fire pit, those barbecues, yeah, propane, rocket stove, some sort of solar oven. I mean, you might get lucky. You might get lucky where it's like that snowstorm knocks out the power, but oh look, you don't get 5 days of sun. And maybe it's just like below freezing, or let's just say in the 20 Fahrenheit range, -10. All right, it's not really extremely cold, but without heating to keep it going, your building's gonna start to cool down.
Yeah.
In time, right? So. Like I'm always thinking like barriers, right? Keep the spaces small, right? Barrier between the hot and the cold and stuff like that. Those door draft things that you put at the bottom of your doors, I mean, they may help. But remember, you do need to let some fresh air in every so often. Not all the time, but you do need some fresh air in, right?
Yeah, you need to
and
change
beware
out
of carbon monoxide. It is.
Yeah.
It's a very serious thing. It is. It's the silent killer. Unfortunately, some people just, you hear these stories and it does happen, right? You know, people staying in their vans, vehicles, and stuff like that, cars, right? If you don't see that going, you're just like, oh, I'm tired. The next thing you know, you don't wake up, right? That's why.
Yeah, because you can't smell it, you can't see
Yeah,
it.
exactly. And then it's one of those things where, yeah, because you want to stay warm, right? You don't want to go outside. Well, maybe once they just let few, not like a minute or so, 30 seconds to let some fresh air come back in. All right, because you don't want to be airtight to the outside, because you want to keep fresh air in, so you have oxygenated air in your place.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
that's a good idea.
like, you know, let's say it's sunny out, you let a little fresh air at that time, right? I wouldn't do that at night, but do it during the day when it's less cold and stuff like that. You know, maybe keep that carbon monoxide detector nearby. Maybe it's battery operated, so you can run it.
Yeah, those are battery operated.
Yeah, so it's just as important as a smoke detector, because it gives you that internal warning, right? Buys you that time, right? Because I'd rather hear it go off and me open up a window a little than not know, and then next thing you know, I don't know what happened. Yeah. And then you hear about it on the news, right? Like I said, I have lots to say about this topic. I do.
Yeah.
So.
But it's going on all over Europe, so.
Yeah.
Oh, Germany will
sorry.
have some serious problems.
I was gonna say was like even having cookware that you can use over your those fireplaces, stove, like propane stoves, barbecue, and all that stuff. Something like cast iron, for example, right? For example, with a lid, right? That way, you don't even have to think about it, right? You know it's not work, right? You know it's not work. You're not maybe ruin or, you know, something like your goods cooking ware that you have that's you usually would use a stove for, an electric stove or a gas or something like that. Like Uncle Al has said before, a furnace to store hot water, tea, coffee, right? That'll buy you some time too, because you don't have to reheat it per se, right? And not only that, warm drinks when it's cold out will probably pick up your morale a little bit. It'll warm you in it'll warm up your core. Right. And doing something as simple as having a brew or a tea or a coffee will kind of pick up your morale because it's a natural activity that we do nowadays, right? It'll reconnect you to something you normally do. So you'll feel like, hey, it's not so bad. At least I can still have my coffee. A coffee, right?
Hey, McBean, good to see you,
Loud
brother.
music here. It could be loud.
Hi.
Out here
Yeah,
at the trade post.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Oh, Shadow. Shadow.
Listen to it.
Oh, there he is.
Little music entertainment for you all.
Hi.
If it's too much, just kick me back off. I won't take any offense. I
Yeah.
thought it'd be something new.
Can you hear what he's
You
saying?
guys
I've been
experience out here in
barely
Davie
making out.
McCray, beautiful Illinois. Yeah, a lot of fun things to do this morning. Went out to the blacksmith shop, did a little foraging. Now I got some food, waiting on. Listening to some live music and having a beer. Yeah, of course, I can't see the crowd. Hope you guys are enjoying this. If it is too much,
I think I heard what he said. I'm trying to make out what he said.
Yeah, I try to make some.
I'm trying. It's slightly muffled from the background noise. It's hard to make out. Well, I was. Oh, there he is.
Valley Jam, Central Illinois.
This is some kind of festival.
Hope everybody's enjoying
No, there's that like thing in the background. I can't make it out.
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
Yeah. We're trying to hear you. I want to hear you out, but
I can barely hear myself.
I know. We're trying. I can't. I'm a pretty good listener.
Oh Lord.
Well, Shadow.
Yeah.
Since you can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say was. Oh, sorry, McBean. We're just being honest. I want to hear you out, but it's all good.
Yeah.
We appreciate him dropping it. I was gonna say was one of the things I've learned too is that having a couple coolers is useful even in the winter because you can do things with it that you can't do. Let's just say you're out of power or whatever, right? Coolers allow you to put stuff outside in the snow safely, but it's contained, or you can watch it and stuff like that. That way, let's just say you've run out of power and you don't have a generator or whatever, or let's say you're already done with the power, right? Because it's gone for so long. If there's ice outside, snow outside, you put the snow in the cooler, then you put your food in there, then just put it outside, like on your patio or something like that. That way you don't cool down the inside more with having snow, like snow or ice in your freezer. and stuff. I mean, that's what I would do. Because you could try, in a situation like that, you're trying to stay warm inside at that time, right? You don't need more cold stuff drawing heat away. That's if, you don't have a generator to run, stuff like that, right? I mean, I lost a fridge before. Luckily, it was in January. I had to use coolers for like 2 weeks, give or take. So that's how I. Oh, he's back. I can hear the beat. Like I'm just like jamming to it. Just start talking. Just break on the beat. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Let's see, second star. When I was young, during the winter, we put all our cold stuff in the snow and let it stay out. Now, in case the power went out. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a really good idea. Yeah, that music were really loud. It blew my eardrums out, almost. And CR will be back in a sec or minute, I guess. But anyway, it's really devastating if the power went out too long for a long period of time. Yeah, as you can see, that's CR. Okay. Well, your phone needs some more power. I saw something else. But what we can expect so far is the energy prices going up. this fall, this winter. Definitely high prices. Um, so we have to wait and see how high it will be for us. I know that those who has lives in houses or have houses, they will face really high electrical bills. The, they will probably have at least, I have heard at least somebody get um, a higher 13,000 more than normal they usually pay in electrical bills. So that is really devastating, especially if you have a family with small kids. No, nothing important. Thick curtains might help. They used to use them more like during medieval times. Yeah, that's a good idea. Um, yeah, thick curtains might help. Um, but thick curtains has a tendency to be pretty heavy too. And we have some issues with hanging up some curtains here in my apartment, so that will be a little bit difficult to hang up. Yeah, they retain heat, yeah, but they are heavy. You need something durable and sturdy to hang them up. And our walls here in my apartment is not the best, so it's difficult to hang some thick curtains up. Well, delays the transfer of the heat to the window area. Okay, CR, that sounds logical. So I have some difficulties to hang up some curtains here, so I need to figure out another way to do it. Because our concrete walls here is not the best. when you slow it down, you feel warmer. Yeah. To stay warm is a necessary thing. You don't want to freezing because that's a bad thing. So get yourself a heater, propane or whatever uh, those run on. Um, and that is something I need to get to. I need to decide what size I'm gonna get for that. Okay, Ivy Styles. Yeah, I understand that your connection are a little bit weak. Hey, Pilgrim Prepper, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? And we do like this. And thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that, Ivy. How are you? How are you doing, Pilgrim? I hope everything is okay with you, and I hope your week has been good too. Good or great. But anyway, electricity is a huge problem because we get more and more dependent on electricity. And I say, in I believe it. Yeah, Pilgrim, I'm doing good, and my week has been great, so I can't complain about that. And God bless to you, Pilgrim. Um, they're expecting at 2040 we will be even more dependent on electricity. So that makes us even more vulnerable to failure. French press, just in case, just add hot water for coffee. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, CR. That sounds like a good idea. Um, we can get too dependent. The problem is we get too dependent on electricity, and that is not good. We make ourselves too vulnerable, and that makes the risk for overloading, other kind of problems that can cause it goes down will increase. Unbothered Avocado, good to see you, miss. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. I hope everything is okay on your side of the world. It's good to see you guys. And thanks for stopping by. I'm doing okay. Unbothered Avocado, I'm doing good. So I can't complain. I had a great week. Yeah, what's your temperature in Texas now, Unbothered? I guess your temperatures in Texas are pretty high. We had maximum 13 degrees today. Okay, that's hot. It was in the hundreds for a couple of months. Yeah, I bet it was. Texas, a place that the part of U.S. that has a tendency to get high temperatures, like Arizona and some parts of the California too. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Shadow, what's up? How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. I had a great week, so I can't complain. But anyway, we're facing. Yeah, and Bob just disappeared again. I don't know what happened, but
Click the wrong button.
yeah, I figured it happens to me too.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Hey,
The click.
need to get back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry about that. Hello, CR. I see you're hanging around out there.
Yeah, he's charging up his phone again.
Okay.
But his audio worked perfectly for some reason.
Unbothered Avocado. Who is that? Yeah. That is an unusual. Wow. No, I just clicked the wrong thing. Just here in the States, we call that a brain fart.
Yeah. Don't jinx it.
Yeah.
But
Let's see.
anyway, we will
Alright.
have some serious problems.
Oh, yeah. We are moving, so Mrs. brought home a bunch of boxes from her work and other places, and like right now, I'm dusting everything before it goes into the box. Hi, Jamie. Thank you for that, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's easier than say unbothered avocado.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie is easier.
You can call me Bob.
Yeah. But anyway, we will not have that much fun actually. The energy crisis has affected us all here because our agency who oversee the power grid and things like that, they didn't keep up with their work and they didn't do what they should do. They got some orders from our contingency agency and to prepare and make sure that our grid is safe and everything like that. They didn't fulfill their job.
Now, is that in your country? Is that by a private company or government?
Government.
There you go. We get government involved and stuff, and yeah.
Yeah, it is a governmental agency who oversee the whole electricity and power grid and everything. So everything runs nice and smooth. But they expect that we will lack on electricity in the southern parts of Sweden. Yeah, they will probably lose 1,500 megawatts, which is all close to 50% of the population in the southern part of the customers.
Do you think this is planned?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ringhouse 4 is shut down because that is a huge, large part, very important part. It controls the temperature in the reactor, so it don't overheat. That was they would do a maintains on that, but they noticed that that part was break down, so they need to replace it. And you know what? That will not be replaced until November.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is there any backup hydroelectric, like generating dams or any diesel electric backup?
No, I don't know how they shut down the reactor and they shut it down.
Oh.
So they have to order a new part, and that will take a while before they get it. And to install it will probably take a couple of weeks too.
Oh, if they can get the parts, they might have to be fabricated from, well, who knows, Yeah. Yeah. CR says I'm all for green energy, but yeah, I think it can be a good melding of both, but in the U.S. it's handled a bit different. The the power companies are privately owned, but they are their safety is to the state itself. It's not, it's not owned by the state. If I've run into different situations in my life here that anything that is controlled by government, it takes so long to get anything done. I don't know how it is in Sweden, but I wish you guys the best of luck. That's a lot of people in the beginning of the winter to be without power, man. That's scary.
Yeah, and even worse, that probably will be they have to deactivate it manually.
Oh boy.
You know what that means? That means it takes weeks to restart it again.
That's correct. Yeah. I saw a documentary done on the one reactor accident that we had in 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania, and they showed these engineers with manuals this thick going step by step by step by step and toggle switches. That was back in the 70s. And click, shut that down, readjust this. You have to go in an exact sequence to shut it down and then to start it back up again. Oh, wow. Man, I'm sorry to hear about that. Is it going to shut power off for you and your family?
The problem, if there would be a fire in a transformer or whatever, and if that needs to be repaired, they doubt if Sweden can build up in nearby time. So that is how serious this today's situation is. So
yeah.
So that is really bad. And our contingency agency says that if that happens, the whole Sweden will be blackout.
Oh.
Yeah. And that would be really tough.
Yeah, I'm sure your winters are not pleasant in Sweden. It's a northern hemisphere.
No, we will have a mild winter. We will have around minus 15 degrees, but it goes easy over 20, so 25, 26, 27 degrees below zero. So,
oh Lord, no.
So let's and they say that this will probably be in the near future. So not now, but we need to. And the problem is, they have reserves, but when they can't provide enough to the customers, because the customers, they get more and more customers and they lack of electricity, so they can't provide, so they have to shut some things down.
Well, I'm hoping now here we can, like Washington State, where I live, sells electricity to other states when they're in need. That just sell it from company to company, and I hope that you guys might be able to link up with Norway, or Finland, and buy electricity from them. I hope. If that doesn't happen, or have a contingency plan of diesel generators for regional, it's not going to be good, man. It's going to be an awful lot of vulnerable people who are going to perish or really struggle.
Yeah, and those who will go first is the elders and
correct,
who are sick.
Yeah, handicapped, elderly. Yeah.
And a lot of kids will Probably,
That could be, especially if they're already not in good health.
yeah. And there are a lot of kids who are not in good health. So,
Well, not only that, but the economic
yeah,
situations will shut down all industry in that part of your country, and everything will come to a stop.
no
That's
fuel, no fuel, no more food.
uh-huh.
Well, you can run, they can run the trucks as long as they have fuel in their gas tanks. But
Yeah,
when they are run out of fuel, they can't.
they're
And
going
there
to
will
have
be a lot of food that will perish and they get spoiled. So,
they would have to have a good logistics system for the food delivery, like filling a tanker truck and be able to pump it out of the tanker truck into other trucks.
yeah,
Someone who's good at logistics to be able to provide that for the specific regions. I'm hoping it goes smooth, man, because that's you lose power, and it doesn't come on for months. That's economic disaster.
it is. Especially if the whole country will be blacked out.
Yeah.
Especially if things happens in the winter time.
Well,
It would be even more devastating.
I'm glad to see that you and your family have got some food put away.
Yeah,
I know you were just beginning at all this, and I follow your channel. I see what you're doing, and I'm glad you're probably more prepared than many people. I believe. I mean, I
yeah,
don't know, but
probably.
yeah.
Many elders
Well,
has that mentality that
yes,
those who are in the 60s, 70, and 80 years old,
yes,
they have that mentality. They just go on routine basically because they are grown up with it.
correct.
But what I'm more worried about is those who are 18 years old and up to 20, 25, 30 years old. They don't have that way of thinking.
That's true. Yeah, many haven't had enough life experience to stockpile a little bit. That's true. And those are usually the people who have families in that age group who have young children.
Yeah,
Boy,
I heard 2 days ago, maybe 1 or 2 days ago, from my colleague. There were a family in the southern part of Sweden. They had small kids, and their electric bill went up 13,000 x more than normal. They normally paid 13,000.
now that
And
is by design. That's greed. You know
yeah,
what I mean? I'm just assuming that that's done by greed.
probably.
That's ridiculous. It's like our fuel prices here in the States.
Yeah,
It's driven by greed. We have
yeah,
plenty of fuel.
yeah. And the electric bill prices will go up even more this fall and this winter.
Yeah,
And uh, so those who have houses can probably count for electric bill for 50. But they need to put away at least 50,000. That's $5,000
oh my God.
for electric bills. And those who can't put that away, they have to go to the bank and take a loan.
Take a loan. That's what it's all about. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I fortunately my family we're doing pretty well. We're doing okay. Because well, why if we have to if we have to bring all the family in one house, no problem, because my family's mostly Filipino. We're used to that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Shadow. It's just getting ready to move. This guy's got to get cleaned up and trimmed and. Oh, I thought moving was stressful. Huh.
Yeah.
What you guys are up against is not good.
And that effect, it's not only us, it's Germany, France, Poland, you name it. It's
Wow.
the energy crisis in all over the whole Europe.
That's
Whole
scary.
Europe is affected. And Germany will have really problems because they need the natural gas. And
Mm-hmm.
same with Austria. They need it.
Yeah.
And their politicians over there, they are really worried because now they don't know how to solve this problem. So they're
Well,
working on it.
here's the thing. The U.S. has got we're totally oil free. Well, we were independent. We have the ships to be able to haul the energy over to Germany to generate power and sell the power. But uh, old Groper Joe or CGI Joe, you know who that is, Poopy Pants, wouldn't
Yeah.
shut down the he shut down the methanol facilities where we took corn and field grown crops and turned it into energy. And then he shut down the pipeline from Canada to the U.S. So now we still have energy flowing here in the States, but if Germany needs help, it's going to take time to get there, you know. So I hope it all gets sorted out. I don't like to see people suffer.
I don't like it
Hello,
either.
Hello,
Ivy
boss.
Styles.
Kamusta?
Mabuti,
Mabuti.
ikaw? Uh-huh. Ivy. Oh, okay. Hello, Miss Ivy. Hello, Guapa.
Yes.
Mm.
Just finished my work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to do that too.
Well,
The whole Europe is basically has an energy crisis, and Sweden and Scandinavia belongs to the northern parts of Europe.
Canada has got oil. So does the U.S. We have enough and we have enough to sell. But that chomo in D.C., you know what a chomo is? He likes touching kids. I have no respect for that animal. None. Zero. You know. Yeah, but he'll probably follow along and put you guys in the dark to freeze and starve to death in the dark. I think I've heard chatter that that's a long-term plan. Start with you guys in Europe first, but let's hope not.
Let's hope not, yeah. Because if that is true, that would be serious problems,
Yeah,
and that worries me a little bit. If
certainly.
they predict in the near future that the whole country will be blacked out.
Oh man.
Well, I can, and for a long time, and now we don't speak a week or 5 days. Now we can talk about maybe months before we or even longer before we get the electricity back.
It's also a good way to force the population to all live together in one place, and that's what communists love to do. Take the people out of the provincial areas, stuff them into a city so you can control the population easy.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I've seen what happened in Eastern Europe, how those people had to live. That's one of the first things they do. Take the land away from the population and the independent farmers, pack everyone into a city, and then control the food rations. Now you've got control over the population. I hope that doesn't happen over there. I really do. I hope it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. The last thing I saw was that Russia has cut all off the natural gas delivery, after what I heard,
Oh no.
to Germany and I believe in Austria and other countries too, who use natural gas for electricity.
Not good.
I saw that in a newspaper when I was at work, so I believe they cut it off totally to 100%.
Holy mother of God. Man, oh man.
Yeah, and the other problem is we export a lot of electricity too.
Okay. That'll have a like we call a ripple effect to the entire area. Oh wow, that's bad, man.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's kind of just odd how all of this happens right at the beginning of winter, isn't it? Just odd.
Yeah, it's
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And it's just like when that sickness went out from Central Asia all over the world. It's just odd how that began right at Chinese New Year, when all the foreign Chinese come to visit grandma and grandpa and then leave and go all over the world. Just an odd coincidence how that was timed exactly right. Yeah. I don't know. I hope you guys can get it sorted out.
yeah. So now our politicians try to find a way to
Yeah.
help people to manage through to pay the bills, electrical bills. So they had the idea to have a high cost protection for electricity.
Yeah. Now
But I don't know how well that will work. But
mm-hmm.
well, it might help for a while, but in a long period of time, it probably won't work.
You can't sustain debt. Yeah. Is power shut off in the southern part of Sweden right now?
Not what I know, not
Okay.
yet.
Not yet. Okay.
But it will probably.
Yeah. Excuse me for a second.
Let's see. Yes, I believe. Okay, CR.
Yeah, well, there is availability of energy. Canada, U.S., Mexico, we all have petroleum. All three of those countries have petroleum
Yeah.
and natural gas.
Yeah, I
So,
know. We deliver export electricity to Denmark, Germany, Poland, and there were a couple of other countries too.
uh-huh.
But that is not enough.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping these politicians can get it all sorted out before everything comes apart. That is a hell of a lot of people. If you guys can't export power to all those other countries, that's a lot of people in the dark and freezing over the winter.
Yeah, if that system breaks down, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that in a newspaper. It was a couple of months ago. I saw something that um, they expect that year 2040, they expect that we would triple our need of electricity.
Yeah, population increase.
Yeah, and what will happen then? Well, we get even more vulnerable.
All true. Yeah. Well,
And
I've seen the effects of population increase right here where I live. Um, crime, drugs. That's it affects all of us, and it's usually it takes time to get things adjusted to where we can absorb. Like they say, it was like in the month of May was over 30,000 people came across our southern borders without documentation.
yeah,
30,000 in 1 month, in the month of May.
that's a lot.
That's too much. And once again, the old child groper, old CGI poopy pants Joe, he put an end. He stopped construction of the barricade.
Yeah,
He did that to make sure that it happens, to be sure that it happens, to be sure that the dope comes across the border, to be sure that the crime comes across the border.
they will probably be.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah.
It's strange times we're living in. It doesn't feel
Mm-hmm.
like it did 5 years or 6 years ago. It feels strange.
It all started when that sickness went around, when the every government and every country came into the private citizens' homes immediately. You can't, you can't, you can't, you must. Prior to that, our government didn't get inside of our houses. Really, well, I mean, like my normal living prior to all that sickness going around, we didn't need government. Really, just go away. We don't want you. You're inefficient and greedy and corrupt. So that's just how it was here. I don't know too much about the other places, but yeah, it doesn't feel the same as it did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, does it?
No, it feels like something is going to change.
Oh, you know it will. It already has. Yeah.
That is where Uncle L says the dark winter.
Mm-hmm.
And Uncle L usually has right in his predictions because he does a lot of research. And don't ask me how he do his research, because I have no idea. But he says dark winter, so yeah, I believe we are looking for one to that. Not
Yeah, wanted it or not, you got it. Yeah. There was I'll see if I can share a video out here.
yeah,
It was on Jordan B. Peterson's podcast, and he interviewed an intelligence specialist. It's you should if I can find it, I'll share it out with your
yeah.
audience here.
And I believe that will be an interesting video.
Oh, it's eye-opening.
Yeah, probably.
It really is. It's actually not good. Let's see here. Go to his channel. I don't think I saved that video, but do you know who Jordan Peterson is?
I can't say I heard his name before. So
Okay. He's a university, or was a university professor
okay,
in Canada, and he was being stifled. He was being told to shut up by his government. So he resigned and he went into YouTube, etc. Because he doesn't. Here it is. Yeah, this is the video.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, CR. But he resigned from his university position and went into this YouTube, Twitter, all that, and he's making a living now without being silenced. Here's that video. I'll post it up in your chat. I recommend. Whoops. I recommend everyone to please take a moment and watch this. This fellow he's interviewing is a former Special Forces, U.S. He's been all over the world, and he's giving basically a warning to everyone what's coming, which I believe he's sincere. Okay, copy and paste. And that's the video right there. I pasted it into your chat. Let's make sure it links up properly. Yeah, that's the video. This guy isn't going off of just predictions and speculations. He's got eyes on many, many, many topics. He's lived all over the world. Very intelligent guy. Listen to this guy's video.
Okay.
yeah, then
He
I'm playing
talk-
it.
Yeah, he talks about the dark winter, and you know what he says several times. The plan is to have freeze to death in the dark. They've been working on this for a long time now. The Marxists have, or the socialists have been planning on that for a long time.
Mm. You know, that reminds me of something, Bob.
What's up?
Well, because like I said, water's gonna be your best friend and your worst enemy.
Yes.
It's just the way it is. Don't
It's
get wet.
truth.
Don't get wet.
Mm-hmm.
Pipes
And
freeze
don't run
if you
out.
get wet. If it's cold already, I mean, it's gonna be worse. Have dry clothes ready, right? Stuff that you can do.
Yeah. Don't run out of water either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
that
because I
would
look
be
at
terrible.
because I was looking at things like food, and I'm like, okay, canning or pre-made cans or whatever, they're vulnerable to freezing.
Yeah.
They are. They're not break or expand the container, break the glass or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Versus something like dry food, dehydrated, freeze-dried food. It's not about freeze. You don't have to worry about it being too cold. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
But you do need water to rehydrate those, though. But if it's snow outside, ice outside, you're probably good anyways, right? So you just have to
Yeah.
melt it. But it's one of those things to keep in mind. Like if your place was starting to go down in temperature or whatever, I'd be like bringing all the cans and the jar stuff, anything that can freeze, into your immediate shelter area, like in the middle of your apartment, your home, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So those things don't break, because once those break,
yeah, that's where we're moving, and we're discussing where to put food storage. I've got a box that it's on my channel where I welded together bed frames and a million other pieces of steel to make something for food storage. So, we've got food storage outside of the box. It's in 3 locations, and that box is very heavy. And so I think what we'll do is we'll probably put that box in the family room, so that it's in our living space, and I'll make sure that we don't get too cold in that living space. I've got stuff just set up just for that, but
yeah, because most likely the low-lying areas or the lowest floor will probably get cold first.
Yeah.
So pay attention to that. If you start seeing your breath inside or in those rooms, you probably need to take the next step, because that means it's cool enough that it's in the low 40s inside, coming into the 30s, which means it's coming into that freezing point where it could potentially start freezing, and then hence that's why I always keep a thermometer around, like an actual thermometer that you can actually gauge the temperature, so you don't have
good
to
suggestion.
guess. Yeah, you don't have
Good
to guess.
suggestion.
You know that the temperature's dropping. It's like, oh, it's dropping again another degree today or whatever. Then you start taking more steps to
turn the propane heat on to the food. Yeah.
Or something like that. Or like, let's just say, I don't know, if you want to keep the cans in the sun for a little bit and trying to warm them back up so they don't freeze.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Originally, I wanted to put some heavy items like that up on the second floor, but Mrs. was saying, no, that should be down on the ground floor. And at first, it was a discussion we had just last night. And I said, well, I want it. We could put it on and she goes, how about put it out in the garage? I said, no, absolutely not. We're not putting our food out in the garage. For one reason is mice, and when it gets cold, mice will come in your garage and hang out because they don't want to freeze to death. So I think.
Well, your garage is your garage heated?
It could be. It's got a furnace. It's got a furnace out there and a hot water heater. Run on natural gas, but no.
Yeah, but that's assuming you got that available, right? Because if it's freezing in there, then that's just a freeze.
I know. That's why I think what I'll have to do is bring it into the family room. I won't put anything like that in the living room when you first enter the house. I'll put it in the family room and hide it the best I can. Because, I today I agree with her about that. We'll have to put it down on the first floor someplace, but it's not going in the garage. No way. We need to keep eyes on that,
Well, I was thinking how when people go camping or, even in the survival preparedness community where people say, like, in terms of shelter, like if you're in a tent, whatever, you want to be insulated from the ground, right? From the coldness from the ground, right? So I was thinking maybe even the same way, like insulated off the ground, slightly off the ground. Maybe there's bubble wrap around it, something like along the lines of that. So the heat from the can doesn't just go out and start freezing.
Yeah,
And that,
for me, I think I'll put that down in the family room, and I'm good at building. I can make it look like just a decorative box with a lamp on top of it.
Mhm.
I don't want things in plain sight through the windows and through visitors. But we
Mhm.
don't really have visitors. Mrs. and I just don't entertain. We're not that kind of people.
blacked out currents and stuff like that, garbage bags or currents or something
No,
along
no,
the
no,
line.
no, 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 no. We still have
Oh,
to live in there. I don't want to live in a cave.
I want some light to come in.
Yeah. What I'm thinking of doing is something like that, and then disguise it, make it look just like
Okay.
a vanity box or whatever.
Mm.
But all these things take time, and we're like right now. I'm preparing things to move, so more and more, and I've also got issues when we get there to the new house. It was a one owner house, and he was not a handyman, so there's a lot of fence repair that has to be done.
Mm.
That's first. That's really one of the first things I've got to do. I've got to secure the
Well, yeah, your
place.
shelter, your home is probably more
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't stand, well, then you
Hmm.
just became homeless, pretty much.
Yeah, or a victim. At least
Yeah.
at least in this region with so many addicts and all that, if you can't find a way of securing your home, you become a victim, guaranteed.
Well, that's what I said about the water, right? It's just like water damage. It's not gonna cause you to have to leave. There's
Yeah.
a mold. It's too wet. You can't
Yep.
stay in there. Or there's
Hmm.
all those things.
That just happened to a neighbor of mine, CR. Now that you
Oh
mention it,
wow.
uh, someone they had staying with them took a dump, flushed the toilet, and she was on pain medication, and she went back to bed, and the toilet
Oh yeah.
overflowed for 3 hours. It destroyed that house. Absolutely destroyed it. She came over here and says, "Bob, you got to take a look at this." And
I
the
just think
first,
if that was an apartment, right? Top floor.
yeah, this is
Yeah,
just a
that
little
would just go
house.
down. There's no matter what. Water will start to seep down.
Oh man, it just over the dining area, the entire ceiling came down into the living room. Water came in. It destroyed the kitchen cabinets. It destroyed everything.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Tammy.
That's why
Welcome
I'm a
here,
big.
Tammy.
Welcome.
Hey,
Good to see you,
Rebel Tanners.
Rebel
Hi, Tammy.
Tanners.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm a big
Good to see you.
big proponent of having bins and stuff to keep water out.
You bet. I've got lots of that. I do.
Yeah.
I have a lot
Because
of
even
that.
if sewer comes over top, at least the contents on the inside might still be good, where you can
Correct.
still salvage them, right?
Yep.
So it's not a total write-off on everything. Because if you just lost all your food, that would just lower your morale.
Losing basically anything is a disaster. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it could be all of your clothes that you have, right? So now you only have one set of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and all those clothes are dirty from gray or black water. Yeah, and of course, let's say during that situation there's no running electricity or water, then you can't you can't put them in the wash because you don't have anything to wash them with. Right, you don't have the water, you don't have the power to run it.
Yeah.
Which is worse. So I'm like, yeah.
Well, I just learned something. I just learned something recently. I talked to a grandmother on the island of Samar, that's in the Philippines, and Samar Leyte get hit with typhoons constantly. They're used to it, but they were going to be hit by another typhoon, and I asked her, "What are you doing to prepare for that?" And the first thing they do is wash all their clothes. Everything gets washed and put away in the driest place possible. That's the first thing they do, because even after the storm hits, and they're still going to need clean clothes for hygiene and health.
Well, just to stay dry.
Thought I would share that out with you.
If it was cold, you don't want to be cold and wet.
Well, yeah, they don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not. It does get cold here in Washington State, but not Canada cold.
Yeah.
We do go through a couple of cold snaps, we call it, where it will get, you know, 0 or close to it either way, and then
That's
it goes
minus
away.
17 Celsius, by the way. 0 Fahrenheit is
Mhm.
minus 17.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
but we're lucky there. But I thought I'd share that tip with you guys if you're expecting a severe situation. Get your clothes washed first, and then deal with anything else.
yeah, it does. If you have clean clothes, then you could just keep changing into clean clothes and just wait to
Exactly.
do laundry later, right?
Y-
Conserve the
yeah,
water that you do have.
correct. Yeah. Then she started filling up buckets with drinking water, buckets and containers with drinking water, and that was the
Well,
second thing
potable
that they did.
water, stuff that,
Yeah.
it's probably
Mm.
going to be cleaner than any gray or black water.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Because water, like I said, water is going to be your best friend and your worst enemy at times in the winter.
You better believe it. Yeah. You know it.
So, yeah, I don't know. I know.
Those are tips from someone who's survived through how many typhoons. Clean clothes, store up fresh water immediately, and from there, I'm not too sure where she went from it. I haven't talked to her since then. So. But that's from an expert, you know, not a YouTube expert. That's someone who
Someone
lives
that
through
has
it.
experience in it.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah.
So this is why last year I took a look at all those videos that people did in Texas, because it was an eye opener. Like, yeah, some things I know I wouldn't do because I know better, but then other things is like, yeah, maybe I should keep that in mind. Know where the water cutoff is. Your main water valve is to cut off the water, right? If you have to.
That's
So that
one
you
of
can do
that. Those were
well, some people didn't know.
When last time we were at the house when we're getting it inspected.
Yeah.
I had the inspector take me. I said, I need to know where the water shutoff is at, and the
gas.
And the gas.
Yeah, those are two most important.
Mhm.
Because in earthquake-prone areas, that's the first thing you do too, right? Just afterwards, that's what you do. You shut off the gas, shut off the water.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. So makes no difference in the winter if the power went out. Right?
Yeah, he showed me the water main, and he also showed me underneath the kitchen sink was where the first place that the water goes into is the kitchen. And he showed me a valve up underneath the sink. And he said, yeah, that's another shut off also. You know, you turn it off at the main, turn it off here. Like, dude, you just, we had to pay
that can save you a lot of not only time, money, but a lot of headache too, right? A lot of places in Texas, when that happened, you just saw the water gashing out because the main valve wasn't shut off, and then that means it's like burst, and it's like
you're
you're
absolutely
seeing
right.
these chandeliers of like ice.
You're absolutely right, Tammy. That's why I've learned so much from the Filipinos that I know. So much,
Yeah.
You can learn a lot of things from them.
Yeah,
a great deal. And one, like I've mentioned, I believe it was on this show too. If I can do it, I would love to be able to go into the mountains of Mindanao where the tribal people live, and follow them around and document how they build their houses. I mean, I'm going to say it again, they can go out in the jungle and they know what leaves and vines to make walls, and with a machete and a sharp knife, they can build a house. And they know. I would love to be able to follow them around and document that and share it out on my channel. But
that'd be cool.
There's a lot of political considerations into that,
Yeah, as usual.
Yeah, because some of the areas in the mountains up there are just not safe for me to go.
Oh, okay. That is understandable.
Yeah. Mrs. calls them a farmer by day and a rebel by night. And she's not, and she's telling the truth. A lot of them are like that. They'll take the opportunity to grab the foreigner, and now you're going to have to pay to get him back. That happens.
Hey Bob, I have a question for you, because I've asked this before when people have been talking about this kind of. Well, not just the energy, but the winter thing. Because I was
Yeah.
thinking to myself, okay, let's say the power's out. So, and maybe you have a generator, maybe not. Maybe you're running low on fuel or something like that. I was just thinking to myself, would it be better to keep your fridge and freezer going in the winter, or would it be better to divert that energy as heat and just put things outside in the snow instead?
God, I do have a
I mean, I was just
generator.
thinking about that. I'd be thinking about that. It's just like,
I do have a generator. My son bought it, and I had a talk with him in this area where we're living right now.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about when we move, but in this area where we're living right now, take it out on the side patio, out of sight, start it, run a power cord into the refrigerator first, and maybe a portable heater here and there, and
Okay.
maybe a lot. But I said, we need to come to an agreement with the use of this thing because we're in a very crowded area. But at night, I want that generator off, and we switch to candles and lanterns.
And conserve the heat or cold in that case.
And
as much as
I
possible.
don't want passersby to know that we have a generator. Period.
Yeah, if everyone's running it, that's the time to run it. Try to
and the
blend in
problem
with everyone else
is
using it at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
the problem with sound is you can at night you can hear sound very far away,
Very far. Mm-hmm.
but at the daytime you can't.
Yeah.
Because there is a lot of other different sounds around you, so you can't notice it.
Yep.
A generator far, far away, you can, but at night time you can.
Correct. That's just absolutely correct. And I've told this story more than once that there is a house that's not too far from here, a private residence. They had a generator, and every power failure, they turn the generator on and they run all their lights and everything. You can see that house for miles. They have a generator and they're right there. And there are desperate people. It's just a way of not being them. Don't make yourself a target.
That's beacon.
Yeah, it is. Because they second floors lit up the living room and all that, and I admire the fact that they've got that, but I wouldn't advertise it like that. I would be very
not only
very
that, let's
hesitant.
say if it's a prolonged event, not just a few days, but coming into weeks, you might have to ration that fuel that you do have.
Yeah.
Which means, you're not every single light in every single room's on. No. All right, you done isolate it down to like one core room, core things that
Hey
you want
Barry,
to keep going.
good to see you here, Barry. Shadow, I'm going to share out your chat here to all my subscribers. It'll help you out, I hope.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You've always been a good host.
I do my best.
Community page, and then we'll go.
This is a good topic because apparently I need to refuel on some gasoline here too. For the snow blowers in advance of the winter.
Yeah.
Because I know better.
Well, we got a bunch of lives going on right now.
Well, I was also thinking too right now, before anything even happens, try out the stuff. Is the generator still working?
Absolutely.
The snowblower is still working. Don't assume. Don't be in that because the worst thing is to happen is like, oh, something happened, and this is the time you tried it out for the first time in like years, and you realize it's not working.
Same with your lanterns and everything else. Okay.
Oh, I think I'm losing sound again. I spoke too soon. I'll come back in the chat again. Yeah. I'll be in the chat.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Yes.
let's see.
I lack of a couple of things. I need to put some money away for solar generator. It's basically EcoFlow river I had in mind. To buy, and that costs a little bit over 4,600 something. Around that price, so that's about maybe over $400. Maybe $460 or something.
That would be a good thing to have. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, if they're talking about your national news that about all this stuff going on now, might not be a bad time to get something.
Yeah, but it takes some time to put that money away.
I hear you.
And that EcoFlow river is on 600 watts, I believe. But you, or I don't remember. I can maybe find it somewhere. EcoFlow, not that one. It is Eco.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Dorcas is trolling, constantly posting up her videos. I don't know if you know who that is or no. She's got a wrench. It's okay. I was just seeing someone posting.
Yeah, Dorcas is one. I follow Dorcas myself, so.
Okay. Well, Shadow, I am going to have to bounce down for a while. I've got some things to clean up, preparing for the move. So.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So, peace to everyone. God bless.
God bless. How are you doing, Dorcas? I hope everything is okay with you. It's good to see you, my friend. There we go. But anyway, I'm going to try to find that one. Maybe that one. I had it. No, I don't find it, but how are you doing, Storms? I hope you are okay too. Oh, okay, Storms, no problem. You have to do what you have to do. But to have a solar generator like a EcoFlow River is a good idea. You can buy some extra uh, battery to it, um, which is nice. But that costs almost $300. So, and you can also buy uh, a solar panel to it, but that costs uh, almost $390. So it's a lot of money, but and it takes some time to save it up. I understand, Storms. Yeah, there are always things you need to catch up on. So remember, power can go out at night, hence have lights and solar lights around ready to go. Can help lights out, blackout, power outage kits. Yeah, I need to fix a kit like that too. I don't have one, but I should get a suitable box for it and put a kit together. So that is a good idea, CR, actually. I have been thinking of to do it. Yeah, that is also a good idea. To keep them in the washroom and in the bathroom too. That's a good idea to have. But you need to take a little bit here, a little bit there. And after a while, you have a kit put together. I need to buy also those lanterns for your hands. Those lanterns are really good. So they're pretty cheap, pretty affordable. You can buy those for about around $299, or some you have to pay around $354. It depends on. I like the four-hand lanterns, but the problem is you need fuel for them, and you need to buy some spare parts for them, like a new wick, and you need also um, get a spare glass for it. Um, I'm gonna see. I'll check. Lights. Not there. Lanterns. Ah, for your hand. Yeah, 379. And that is made in zinc. There, the prices has really gone up on some of them. Uh, I had an idea. Uh, I don't know how these lanterns are, but they look good. And I'm 9 hours. So, oh, and these has a.
That is rechargeable.
No, this is probably. I'm gonna see. It's like made of not like a regular candle. It is. I see it's a regular candle inside this one. Yeah, it's a candle lantern.
It's a candle, but the candle is like a fake.
No, it's you have to light it with a lighter or match.
Uh,
So, but it's an interesting.
it's like a holder, a candle holder.
Yeah, it is. Uh, this is the holder, and then you have the metal thing inside here. It is this metal thing, and here is the candle. So it looks nice.
We have
So
here. They have a batteries.
yeah, batteries is. Uh, batteries. This I believe this one has batteries. Yeah,
Much
this one
better
has
you
batteries.
that one. Much better you buy the rechargeable.
Yeah, it would be awesome if.
But the candle is fake. It's like seem like a candle, but
Yeah, this one has a rechargeable battery.
Dorcas
So
Luyeye. Gusto kita.
yeah, it was Dorcas. Um, this is a
Pretty
nice.
redundancy.
Yeah, creative
CR.
redundancy.
That's why I call him a CR because my 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 tongue is twister with
Yeah,
red, redundancy.
yeah, it's a little bit of a tongue twister for me too. So
Yes. So that's why it is CR.
this is an emergency light.
Dorcas Leyeye. Every day I have live. I cannot see you there.
Yeah,
Gusto kita. Yes, because before every time I have live, she always there.
yeah. Um,
You plan to buy that lantern? That is a lantern, right?
yeah. Well, this is more like of a torch. This one you can. Uh, it's 500 lumen.
But
It
it's
has.
not lasting, right? It's like you use for display what at
Well,
night.
this one is more like a emergency light, so it's rechargeable as well, and it's a has a 5,200 milliampere battery, so that's nice.
Just only 200 milliampere. So it's not longer. No, it's not stay
5,000
long.
5,000 5,200. So that's pretty good.
5,000. It's like a torch. Gold
Yeah,
zero torch is 500. 5 500.
yeah, and you can adjust the lumens as well. 300 lumen work light, 3,000 lumen torch. Each one of them with three different light settings: high, medium, and low. And it's
Mm.
water
It's like
time.
it's like a lampshade. It's like a ring light. They have different color.
Yeah,
You can change.
uh, this 5,200 milliampere battery gives you enough power to recharge your phone and torch many times,
Mm.
or your iPad or whatever. So that's good.
How many ampere? It, that is only
Uh,
200.
yeah,
200.
5,200.
5,200.
Yeah,
Oh, you can the gadget 5,000.
5,200. Yeah, so you can recharge the torch.
Yes, because I use only my 10,000. Oh, 10,000 is a 10,000 for me.
Yeah,
No. So I have, but they have four. What do you call this? Four. You can use four for the telephone. For the mobile. Bye, guys.
Okay,
Where you
Dorcas.
go, Dorcas? Take care.
Take care, Dorcas. Stay safe.
So that's the white one. So what that? Same. The red one
Uh,
is like a old model. That one, the
this
red
is a
one.
four. This is a four hand.
It's a
These
fire hand.
lanterns
Yeah.
are really good. Good brand. A well-known brand.
It's like we used before like Petromax. You know that you can put the
Yeah,
gas.
yeah. They have
You put
petrol.
gas on it, and they have gaskets. And
Yeah, yeah. This is Petromax.
yes,
This is an
that's one. That's
electric.
one.
This one is an electric one.
That's one.
Yeah, yeah. This is you don't need any fuel for.
That looks like a vintage. The style.
Yeah. Uh, electro. I believe these. This looks nice.
That is online, or you have a store for that.
These are bright.
Yeah. Yes, it is the
Oh, 500 lumens. Yeah, that's pretty bright. 6,400
amber.
rechargeable battery. It has output USB A, input micro USB, 390 grams, and you have light for it burn for 48 hours. So that's
How long?
pretty
How
bright.
long can it go for? Just only overnight.
48 hours. 48
48
hours.
hours.
Yeah,
Uh,
48 hours, 2 days
2 days.
before you need.
Mm.
Yeah, before you
There
need
is
to recharge.
emergency light for it is a generator too.
Yeah, and the price for it is pretty high, 990 crowns.
Mm.
So that would be around probably
How
$90, almost $100.
$100? Not
Yeah,
bad.
almost.
Not bad because you can use
Yeah, it's a for what you get, it is really good
lis-
price.
listen to Jepson sharp guitar. Fever hand is a good quality.
Yeah, yeah, for your hand, you can have it in green, light green, bronze, anthracite, olive, and telemagenta. And sink. And some of this look interesting.
It's different.
Yeah, it's different. Um,
Yes, that
Lucci
one.
in magical colors.
Maybe they make different color.
That fits the uh, your surroundings and your mood. 8 different colors and a sparkling finish that lasts 6 hours
Then the
on one
yeah,
charge.
6 hours.
Yeah, you get different colors. Uh, and it's compact too. Blue, green, yellow, white. A really small,
Maybe this is put
compact.
this put put in your room, something like that. The colors is reflect to the
Yeah,
because it's different color. They have there the AC, the light,
yeah,
green, blue.
yeah. Yellow, white.
Mm. You can bring outside like,
Yeah, and they're
but
really
that is a many,
compact.
not only one like that.
Well, they have just put out many for demonstration. So, but it's really nice. Nice. That's small. That that's nice and compact.
Yes, it's like a CD.
Yeah, almost. This is another one.
The other
Um,
one is like a bulb. You have like
this one is really compact, and you obviously can recharge your phone with it. That's awesome.
mm, double purposes.
Yeah, multi multifunction is always nice. That looks really cozy, actually. More fire hands, and then we have the other option. These runs on
Many.
gas. These runs on gas. So,
Hi,
uh,
half wit, half wit. Good day, creative RCR.
Primus Micron Lantern Steel Mesh.
That one is like a heater. Primus.
These are nice, but you need to be very careful when you use these. Something can catch fire. What's here says?
Storm rages and cats. 7 million in the house. Love, shut up.
Hey, half-wit. Yeah, it's a good quality. Yeah, I know. Hey, half-wit. Good to see you.
I have a tension road in halfway for similar reason.
This is a solar panel run by solar panels. 2000 milliampere power bank. 24 LED lamps. So this one should give some.
That is a solar.
Yeah, it's solar.
So you need the lights, the
Yeah,
sun.
you can also recharge it with USB cable, 12 volts car adapter, or manually with
Solar.
yeah solar, and you have this little winding up. You wind it up with this one little.
How can your place is have a sunny day?
Well,
Because your place is always cold, I think, in
not
Sweden.
always, not always. Uh, it's cold at winter time. At winter time, we usually have somewhere between minus 15 to minus 27, sometimes even colder, down to minus 30. I have been experienced minus 33 degrees. So
Mm-hmm. Solar floodlights can be an option for some.
summertime we usually have a lot of sun. Wintertime, yes, we can have sun at wintertime as well, but not that much. So you have only a few hours maybe with sunlight.
CR, that's my initial.
Solar floodlights can be an option for some. Yeah, well, that's minus 30 degrees Celsius is 22 far, minus 22 Fahrenheit.
I have that is I will have a lantern for waterproof. You can use it.
Waterproof.
Yes.
Uh, I don't. I don't think I have a lantern or flashlight that are waterproof, but that you can buy those, but they are pretty expensive.
For the underwater.
Yeah, those you can use underwater are expensive. Uh, They have for your hand in pastel orange, pastel blue, pure white, signal yellow, jet black,
They have
cobalt blue, and moss green,
have the signature
ruby
name.
red, zinc. Yeah,
What is
I have seen those. Those are nice too. Those those you can have in your backpack, which is nice. This lantern recharge through the solar panel, and you get light up to 35 hours. So that is pretty good actually. But it it gives 60 lumen.
lantern?
I believe I've seen one of these too. 430 lumen. Built-in battery, 4,400 milliampere, and a USB port that allows you recharge other units, and a hanger on top. When the torch is on max 430 lumen, you have at least 4 hours. On low, up to 350 hours. So that's pretty good actually. You can recharge it with the solar panels or the jacket in your air wall, and the USB cable. Really nice too. But for your hands are classic lanterns. Reliable, durable,
See
holds for
that?
years.
What is it?
I'm gonna check. I found an old school lamp before I haven't tried it yet. Okay, you should do that, CR. Try it. They have reflective bubble wrap and floor insulation just in case too. Reflective bubble wrap? Never heard of that before. Reflective bubble wrap. Never heard of that before. I need to check that up actually.
Maybe you should use the reflection bubble insulation.
Yeah,
That's one insulation. That is insulation bubble.
it doesn't look like bubble wrap, but
That is the roll silver.
double double bubble reflective foil insulation.
For the that is a like a thermos aluminum.
Yeah, thermal
That's just for
aluminum.
the when you put the roof,
Yeah,
you put insulation.
yeah,
That is for the bubble insulation.
yeah. That's a good idea, CR. That looks really good. That is something to consider to get actually.
That's just for the if for example like you have attic house, so we need to
Ah,
put it because the
yeah, you
it
put it
is the
on the attic.
yes.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
That's the if you build the house, put it like that.
Yeah, CR gives us ideas.
Because they have a lot of they have the bubbles for the reflection for the floor,
Yeah,
bubbles for insulation for the floors,
this is 1,000 square feet
bubbles.
diamond radiant barrier solar attic foil reflective insulation. That's cool. 1,000 square feet. I have no idea what that is in meters.
They have 1 meters. No, it's depend how to use it.
Yeah,
It's not like how big you can use, how many feet or how many
yeah,
by meter.
yeah, yeah. This is useful. Okay, through 3.28 feet, equal 1 meter. Okay. Don't use fiberglass insulation. No, because that is itchy.
The fiberglass.
Yeah, it's itchy. When I grew up, we had a house, and we have a house, and um, on the attic there were fiberglass insulation, uh, and me and my brother went up on the attic, and we got these fiberglass insulation on our hands. It was terrible. It was so itchy, and it's stuck on your clothes and everything. But this is a good idea to at least have. And this is insulation. Okay, you can use this a little bit wherever you want, basically. If I understand the picture right. $24, that's 240 crowns. Oh, you can buy them in units. Like I would put a tent on a bed if need be. Microclimate. Yeah, if the tent fits on the bed, yeah. Cover it with insulation barriers to the cold. Yeah, that might work pretty good actually. More walls. Yes, you're.
Sushi.
But I never thought about that reflective bubble wrap. But that is definitely something I'm gonna consider.
How to use it? That it is not thin.
I might could use it to insulate the windows from the inside because it's a winter time. The apartment has a tendency to be pretty cold inside. Shelter is passive and keeps working and helps retain heat. Indeed, indeed, Seer, indeed. Yeah, yeah, it's similar to layering in winter.
Shelter is passive and keeps working and helps.
I hope you have another great idea, Seer. Hey, quiet listener. Good to see you, Victoria. How are you doing? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very good shelter might help conserve a fuel or heat. Yeah, I agree with that. That's awesome, Victoria. That's awesome. That's awesome. So, how has your week been, Victoria? Yeah, you have. You have, CR. You have. You always have. It's good to see you, Victoria. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you, Victoria. Thanks for stopping by. Occam's Racer, good to see you, brother. Yeah, CR, that would be a good idea to try again.
Well, let's see how long I can go for again.
Yeah,
I told you I had lots to say.
you always have.
Well, that's because it gets cold here. I know it gets cold here. The things that I just kind of picked up over time. And realizing that, like I said, shelter is one of those things. It's passive, and it doesn't actively heat you up, but it retains any heat that you do generate through, let's say, solar, fire, heat, a hot water heater, with a candle, right? You want to retain that heat as much as possible. So,
Exactly.
because your fuel that you do have, the available sunlight may be limited. So, and during a situation like a power outage, if, for example, you may not know how long that goes for. Maybe you're like, maybe it's just for a few hours, but it could be longer, 8 hours, the whole day. So, being able to hold back that heat a little bit longer, so you can use that fuel if you have to heat it up more effectively. You get away with like a liter of fuel better than, because you have insulation to keep it back. So you don't, instead of using 2 liters of fuel to maintain that same heat, you only use 1.
Yeah,
It's a little bit
exactly.
more effective. Increase the efficiency.
Yeah, you want to have it as efficient as possible.
Let's say
So
if there was
efficient you can
rolling
get it.
brownouts or blackouts, I mean, you want that efficiency in there in your home or shelter. That way, what heat you do get, be retained for hours, right? A little bit longer. Especially if the outside temperature is well below freezing. I'm talking about like minus 20 Celsius, 0 Fahrenheit or lower, right? That efficient,
Yeah.
because the greater the temperature difference, the more the heat's not leave. So remember, everyone, heat goes from hot to cold. So the heat is escaping out of your body, your home, to the outside.
Yeah.
So you want more barriers and slow that down. Hello, everyone in the side chat. Well, you don't want to get that flour wet. That's probably not a good thing.
I agree.
If that flour got wet with like gray water or like black water, it's done for. It's done. It might as well be useless almost. Because you're probably not going to consume that. And you can't get it out either because it's already saturated into it. So, I mean, obviously you keep flour in the container, but I'm just saying in advance. Because that'd be like the clothes.
Yeah.
You just made everything worse, right? Now you have one extra step. Now you don't, one extra thing you can't use. Because it's contaminated with, like, per se, dirty water. Not clean water. Not clear water,
Yeah.
right? It has a smell to it. Maybe it has rust in it or something like that. I don't know if you want to bake with that. So, yes. What to say about this card? Well, frankly, I've seen a lot of things. Haven't experienced a lot, but I have seen a lot of things. So, especially people that are like, let's say, new to an area or whatever. I mean, like anyone that's new to here in Canada, first thing I say is like, you better get ready for the winter, especially if you're not used to it initially.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna get colder. I know it is.
Yeah.
That's why I always take a look at like, because we're all connected in historical records, like lowest temperature possible. Because I'm like, oh, it can reach, like even during this time of year in September, it can reach down to the freezing point. I know it can. Then again, it can reach up to plus 30. So yeah, anything can happen here in September, and I know. I always look at the low temperature. I'm like, oh, are we coming close to it? Because that power outage or whatever, you have no idea what the temperature's gonna be outside. You could be lucky. Maybe it's warmer, sunny. Like it'd be like freezing rain and like really cold out. So hope for the best, like sunlight, and it's only -5 out. But be ready for those. Oh, it's snowing for a couple days. Winter storm. What's it say? Something like that. Cloudy, freezing rain, stuff like that. And it's like -20, 0 Fahrenheit or less.
And besides, Lisa says hello to you, CR.
Hi. Yes, I see you. Hello, co-host. I guess I'm a co-hoster. I tried to make a CR word in there. As I coordinate the side chat here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I said, I'm all a big fan of the layering. versus one big jacket, for example, especially here in
Yeah.
winter. Because sometimes you sweat. Try to avoid sweating in the winter, right? Try to
Yeah.
avoid. So sometimes it's easier to remove one layer and cool back down and put that layer back on versus only having one layer to take off or put on. Because if it becomes wet or you and you run into issues.
Yeah, you will have some issues if your clothes are wet, because that would cool you down
Yeah,
a lot.
You don't want to be
You will lose a
sweating.
lot of
You don't want to be sweating in these shelters.
no.
Because you might not have a way to keep dry or dry back off. Or you have limited fuel. Or you're trying to ration that fuel nicely to extend the amount of time you have. Because some of these events, it takes a little bit longer to recover. Like, even if it doesn't recover, you might not be the first one. You might have to wait till the end. A few more extra
Exactly.
days. So you might have to stretch that fuel, whatever it is. Where, regardless if it's a generator, a lamp, battery bank, and such. And regardless of how much fuel you do store.
Yeah.
Because again, if it goes longer, you're going to have to consume it more, probably.
Yeah. And it depends on if you live in a house or in an apartment. Because if you live in an apartment, you're very limited to how much fuel you can store.
Or what type. Like,
Yeah.
You can store gasoline inside. Maybe propane or some sort of isobutane type of stuff. That's probably something like that. Like, you're not keeping like gasoline or per se wood a lot. Because that takes a lot of room. And there's hazards, well, things that can result from storing gasoline inside or wood inside. And stuff like that. So, yeah. This is where you say something, Shadow.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Uncle L says about the furnaces and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that because, again, you can have nice hot coffee, a tea, warm yourself back up, right? A sense of of a normal lifestyle, right? Where you have a nice warm drink, nice tea in the morning, something like that, right?
Yeah.
You'll keep your morale up during the situation.
Yeah, it's a moral booster.
Yeah. It's not just a caffeine fix or whatever. It could be tea. It could be decaf. Right.
Yeah, it could be
yeah,
coffee,
but it's
tea, hot cocoa, whatever.
Remember, it's like, it's not so bad. At least I'm having a nice warm drink,
Yeah. That's the important thing to have something hot or warm to drink.
Yeah. It'll pick up your morale. It's right.
And
you pick up your morale at least for a little bit.
Yeah, you will need that moral booster.
Oh yeah. Especially if the situation gets worse, or it seems like it's getting worse, or no solutions or no exit out of it in a short period of time. Like, we don't know when it's coming back or something like that. Or you start seeing other things happening, right?
Indeed.
And hopefully it'll help you think clearly, rationally. Hopefully.
Yeah,
more of the situation. I mean, oh, by the way, this is not a plug-in for me, but plug-in for him. Go watch that video from him with the blankets. Yeah, go cover that. Because blankets are nerfing, sleep makes, and stuff like that. because they're a form of shelter cover. Again, although you can't be underneath blankets and sleeping bag all day. I mean, you could drape it around and you walk around with it, but you can't be in it the whole day. Very, depending on the situation, you might still have to go to work, still have to do stuff, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because if your neighborhood's out of power, it doesn't mean your work is. So you might still have to go into work or whatever, right? So, or take care of someone else, right?
Exactly.
Loved ones or whatever, right? Or you're the responsible adult. You're the one taking charge of the situation, right? So you want to be look like you're under, you know what you're doing, kind of deal, right? Because people are probably gonna look up to you or whatever. What should we do next year? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because if your morale goes down, what's gonna happen is that the rest of your group or family members or whatever, it might go down too. They might see that, and yeah, it's not good. So it's like trying to be brave for someone else or positive for someone else, kind of deal, right? Well, it would help if you have maybe not like can wake up in the morning, the next morning with coffee and something more normal activity, where it's just like, oh, it's not so bad, roughing it a bit, or right, not quite smoothing it, but not tight, not quite like hopeless, right?
Yeah.
Because you gotta be optimistic in a situation like that, but also be realistic about things could get worse. So, and hopefully you plan ahead, hopefully, or you have priorities, right? I mean, for me, priority would be the water, because, like I said, if the water freezes, that's a whole host of problems.
Indeed.
Not only that, like I said, if your home gets wet, what's going to happen is that water's going to draw the heat away from the air. It's going to start to pull it away as it evaporates too. So it's just, and like if you get wet, things get wet, your bed's wet, and it's just like, yeah, it's just going to start spiraling downwards, and then it'll just be a cascade of events that just not only lower your morale, but it's just gonna bring you down, right? Because it feels like every mini battle or whatever, you just keep losing it. It's just like, right?
Yeah.
Because you want those victories, because those victories will help your morale. Make you seem like you can get through this, right? Where your will be your driving force. I can't believe I've been here for the whole time.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I know. I guess it's because that title has CR in it. That's why.
Probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, I consider to buy those reflective.
Well, you can get it for free. It's probably better, but because I know you have to buy enough of it because it comes in a bulk, big size. Sometimes I find scraps that are like 2 by 2 feet or whatever, right? So, or sunshade version, a reflective sunshade that they use in a car or a vehicle to reflect sunlight. I have one of those. I mean, because it depends on the situation again, right? Let's just say you don't have any heat inside for some reason. Well, let's say you made a tent inside in the living room. The living room gets sunlight, right? Maybe you're using that stuff as not only as insulation, but a way to get more heat into the system, like into your shelter. In terms of like reflecting some of that sunlight around. Let's say it's clear out, right? because you'll still get some heat. Not a lot compared to summer, but might help. Might help. Cut that edge, that cold edge. I don't know. Some people in the South don't know that expression. Because the cold has that edge to it, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's where that cut the edge expression comes from.
Okay.
That bite in the air kind of deal, right? It's almost like cutting windshield off of you. You feel so much better. But of course, you'll probably be sheltering in place. I'm assuming for the most part, people are going to shelter in place during a situation like this.
Yeah, most people would probably do that.
Or if they do leave for some reason, it's to a place that has power or heat. Those are probably going to be the two things. I really don't see people leave, because even if there was water damage, you probably go somewhere else. I don't think staying outside is a good option. Not during the winter. Not because you would need a lot more. Because your home or apartment is a form of shelter. You're just improving on it, microclimating it, and stuff like that. Insulating it so there's more barriers from you to that outside. So your walls, your tent, the reflective bubble wrap, blankets, all a bunch of layers. So the heat that's escaping from your body, right, slows down. So the transition from like outside your tent isn't so dramatic. It's only a few degrees colder. And obviously, it's much colder outside, honestly. Hello, MT. MT Homestead.
Hey, MT Homestead, good to see you.
Feel free to
Long
chime in.
time no see.
Actually, I want everyone to chime in. Because I think any place in the Northern Hemisphere can go through this. Like, I know you're talking about the energy crisis, but in terms of like a power outage, because it doesn't really matter what caused it, it's still a power outage. Or the lines have broken because of freezing rain or something like that, ice. That happens. I know it happens, and I know it's been happening. There's many, right? 89 here in Canada, last year in Texas. There's other places, right? I know it happens.
Yeah.
What? The I-95 last year, all this other stuff. Or was it this year? One of the two. I think it was this year. Although that's outside the home, but...
How are you doing,
Oops.
MT Homestead? How's everything going for you?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the thing about dry rice. You don't have to worry about freezing, but you do need water to cook it.
Yeah, you still need water for it.
Yeah. Because I keep forgetting, sometimes it'd be cold outside with not a lot of snow. So you're going to factor that in, too, right?
Yeah.
If you have water storage, yeah, you only have so much, though. Because it's probably more likely that you'll melt snow. But if you don't have much snow outside, then you're going to have to source out something else. Like I said, water is going to be your best friend and your worst enemy. You're going to need it, no matter what. No matter what. You're going to need that water. You need to drink, cook with, keep warm with, I don't know, all that other stuff. Well, Shadow, I know you got that for anyone that hasn't seen his video, please go check out his video on his wooden disposable cookware or silverware or utensils.
Utensils, yeah.
Yeah, because like if water is scarce, you might have to dip into that. Like, I don't want to dip into that. Yeah, environmentally, from my environmental side, I don't want to do that because it's not sustainable. However, sometimes survival is more important, just the way it is, right? It takes a priority over the environmental side, but I mean, I don't want to use plastic silverware or whatever, but if water's scarce, or if I have to, then I would.
Yeah,
I don't want
and
to.
I
I don't
will.
want. I don't want to do anything like that. Because hopefully I planned ahead that I don't need to go do that, but it's there just in case I have that option.
Yeah, you save water.
Yeah,
Uh,
to a certain degree, you will save
yeah,
some water. Especially important if you don't have a lot of clean water, low on
yeah,
clean water, or there's no snow or ice outside at all, or barely any. Right.
yeah,
If you have snow or ice outside, then I wouldn't dip into that right away because you still have options. But let's say you're on the top floor or whatever, maybe that might be an option. If you're low on water, right? I think I would consider that highly then. And conserve the water you can get, or do have to trek up with or get for drinking, cooking with, right? Use
yeah,
gray water when you can. I think I would be using gray water to wash up with. You know, let's just say you made spaghetti or something like that as a meal, or pasta. Use that water that you used to cook it with as washing water, maybe.
yeah,
Right. Something to consider. I mean, these are all things to consider, right? What really happens in your situation is going to determine what you need to do or want to do. But do consider it in advance, though, because hopefully it doesn't happen to any of you, but it could happen to someone you do know.
exactly.
All right. You know, the Texas thing never happened to me, but Second Star went through that. So yeah, so I get so concerned about it because in fact it's someone I knew, someone I cared about. Yes, Second Star survival. You hearing this? I care. I really hope you heard that. He'll just randomly just come back. I heard you. Okay. Well, Shadow, I showed you my plastic utensils and stuff like that, foam utensils. I have that stuff. I don't like using it. I rarely use it. It's just spare stuff I had from the past, but I keep it around just for that reason now.
Yeah, and I need to buy more of those.
Yeah, but how are you sure I thought you had quite a bit already. I thought you had forks, spoons, chopsticks.
Yeah,
Do you really need more?
yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit more of it.
Well, I guess it depends on right. I just figured, actual food, actual water is probably more important over that.
Yeah, I have at least.
Like I got enough probably to last like weeks if need be, but using a fresh one every time. But I think it's not sustainable when it's not a long-term solution. But it's only just in case, quick fix for the meantime, right?
Yeah,
Because it doesn't matter how much you have if you don't have water at all. Well, eventually you're gonna need water anyways. So I'm just saying. You can do whatever you want with your money.
yeah, I have at least.
Like,
Yeah, I have.
for example, let's just say you had like 100 forks. How long can 100 forks last? Even between the both of you, right? Because if that goes for longer than a month, well, I don't know. That's probably good. You have disposable utensils for longer than a month. That'll buy you enough time to source out more water somewhere, a lake, snow, whatever.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, anyways. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I have at least, I think I have a little bit over, probably over 200 liters of water in the basement.
Yeah. Because it would be one thing if you're getting utensils, those disposable utensils free, but you're purchasing them. So again, you're what you're allocating your money towards. That's what I'm saying, anyways.
Water will be a huge problem when the grid is down.
Mhm.
You need the means to filtrate it, disinfect it.
Yeah, you have to see where you're sourcing it from and go from there.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're lucky, there's ice and snow outside.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the winter time here, technically, for the most part. So this fall,
Yeah.
winter, early spring. Because obviously spring, summer, early fall is different.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it's reported to be cold here in Canada this winter. Supposedly, we'll see how it really turns out. But
Do they predict how cold it will be this year, or
Mhm.
how cold do they expect it would be this year?
I don't know. No, it depends on when it happens. December, January, February. Usually January, February here is colder. The coldest of the year, coldest part of the year. Generally speaking. Like, I expect the -30, the -22 Fahrenheit. I expect
Yeah.
to see it. I expect to see the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, here, last year, it was like freezing rain. I had
Warren
incident.
RTG, good evening.
Hello, Warren. Yeah, because last year I've counted like at least about 4 or 5 days of freezing rain where it happened.
Yeah.
So, and like I said, freezing rain can be dangerous
Yeah, it
for a
could.
whole area because it affects every last thing. All right, can't drive on it, can't walk on it.
No,
Power lines start to droop because it weighs it down. Trees can break because of freezing rain. So yeah, you start seeing freezing rain happen in your area, yeah, I would take it serious too because things can happen from that, and it does. Like I know it does, especially if freezing rain lasts longer. It's one thing if it lasts for like an hour or two, but if it's lasting quite a while and it's starting to build up, yeah, I would take that seriously. Anticipate something. All right. Be proactive about it. You know, consider, right? Hopefully nothing would happen, but be proactive about it.
Yeah, and get the stuff you need for it.
Yeah. I'm not just talking about like ways to navigate or travel, like ice creek and stuff like that, or for your vehicle, but just in case, those power lines start to droop or break, or trees break, or whatever, falling off the power line, or something along the lines of that. Because I know it does happen, because it has happened in the past. Stuff like that.
January stinks. It's my birthday month. Cold and right after Christmas. Yeah, January has a tendency to be cold.
Yeah, you fear the winter storms that are becoming more common these days? I mean, assuming it says days, not says. Typo. I know that's a typo. S is beside D. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right, Warren.
Yeah. Well, think about it. if we start seeing freezing rain, that's more often. That's gonna be bad.
Yeah.
Because freezing rain is probably up in terms of hail as the worst precipitation to see. Rain, snow is one thing, right? Usually you can get by. Most places can, or whatever, right? But hail, freezing rain, it just affects every last thing, multiple things, not just things on the
Indeed.
ground, right? For the most part, rain's not going to affect power lines per se, or snow's not going to really affect power lines. But the freezing rain, yeah, the hail, yeah, because they'll start sticking to it, dragging down trees and stuff like that. Or they'll be top heavy, stuff like that. So, something to keep in mind. Oh, that's cool. This HPD. Oh, in advance. In advance.
Yeah, and I expect this winter will be probably pretty cold too.
From what I've heard from our accounts on it and from our channels, they've even said, "Oh, lower your thermostat or whatever a degree or two." Well, that only works if you actually have clothing to wear. Most people, it's like, "Oh, it's cold, turn out the thermostat," kind of deal. But you may have to just wear a sweater, put on socks, right? If your feet are cold, put on socks. Put slippers on initially. Because it comes back to, if you don't have the central heating, well, you're going to need that clothing anyways, right? Like the slippers and stuff anyways. So I know for a lot of people here in Canada, they have indoor slippers and stuff like that for the winter time because the floor gets cold or cooler, right? So you want to keep your feet warm. I know my feet get cold. I have wooden floor. Yeah, I wear slippers and stuff like that in the wintertime more often. Because my feet are probably going to be the first part that gets cold because I have direct contact with the ground with my feet. So, like, it's minus 30 outside. I'm wearing slippers inside for sure. Because my feet are probably not cold. Even though the indoor temperature is probably in the, let's say, 20 Celsius range, 19. But, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Razor layers. Yeah. Can't forget about the layering. Because it comes back to the shelter or clothing and layering it. That means the heat takes longer to escape, which means that you're retaining more heat and hopefully using less fuel or less energy in your body to keep warm. Because you're not shivering per se, but you're comfortable. And hopefully not sweating. Try not to sweat, right?
Yeah.
Shadow. Shadow, I'm remembering your blanket video. I still don't know the secret. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Well, you can try to figure it out. You have the brains for it.
Sometimes. But yeah. It feels cheap, relatively cheaper than it was, let's say, the beginning of the summer. Top off your fuel tanks right now. Let's say you use a snow blower or something like that. Yeah, that's what I need to do is top up the fuel off of that. So I got some for the winter. Make sure it's ready to go, ready to rock and roll. Like, I have alternative means to manually remove snow if necessary, but the snowblower is there for, like, the really feet, the heavy stuff, right? That's what it's there for. I can manually do it if necessary, but it takes longer. I would do it. I think I would do it if I had to consider fuel. I mean, it depends on the situation, but
Yeah. But the fuel prices are going up too, so
we've been lucky out west here. But I know that it's probably gonna be cold this winter. Wait, I know it's gonna be cold. I should say. Not it's going to be. It will be. I know. It's more like how cold. I remember last year I went out for a walk before it really, really got cold.
yeah.
Like before it got below -0 Fahrenheit or -17 Celsius. Just
Yeah.
because I'm like, well, this is probably gonna be the warmest day for a couple weeks. I enjoy it. And it was right. The temperature was just -30 for the next like 2 weeks straight. Around well below normal, right? Or an average value for the year, right? So I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
you better start getting used to it. And I get soft to it,
Indeed.
you know. As it gets colder, I'm bringing out more clothing options, right? Gloves, mitts, toques, hats, scarves, all that stuff.
The homeless days pop-up tent are spoken of was off the ground on the pallets. 2 sleeping bags and it's snowing outside. Never was too cold. Oh,
Depends
that's
on the outside
awesome.
temperature. Oh, that flooring insulation? I've actually tried that on snow before.
Okay.
So it can buy you some time. So I just imagine if you're inside, put that on a bed and put your sleeping bag on top, then put your sleeping bag in the tent and go from there. And then cover your tent with blankets. It'll start to retain some heat. Right? Honestly, wet fresh air. You do want to wet fresh air in.
Yeah.
Yeah, carbon monoxide's gonna be a big thing too.
Or otherwise it will be a very unpleasant experience.
Yeah, you want some fresh air in every so often, right? Like even no matter how cold it is, you do want some fresh air in because you don't want stale air, and also you don't want a high concentration of carbon monoxide in the air.
That's why you
Because
need
that'll take you out. They'll take you out of the game instantly. You'll be gone.
That's why you need a
won't know.
detector for
Yeah.
it.
Well, not only that, but you want to maintain actively opening a window maybe for a minute or two every day at least. Bring some fresh
Yeah.
air, some fresh air in. Maybe even before you sleep, bring some fresh air, then close it. Right during the day, let's say when it's sunny, all right, let some fresh air in. When it's not as cold, and you maintain that. That way, there's always some fresh air in there, especially the smaller the spaces.
Yeah.
Especially remember. If I remember right, carbon monoxide sinks down lower compared to oxygen. If I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
yeah. So most likely they'll probably be down lower to the ground, or just barely off the ground. So yeah. Making a cake layering. Yeah. But yeah, I remember some people in the past, layering using newspaper. Kind of more rare now for how it is, but stuffing newspaper in your jacket. I mean, hey, if it's that cold, I'd rather be warm and look silly than cold and be a fool. I don't want to be cold and look like a fool and start complaining about it.
Exactly.
When there's newspaper and stuff, I can stuff in coat or whatever. I mean, I haven't gone through some cold Vanessa Kitty has here, but been in some pretty cold situations, or like pretty windy and cold. Yeah. Let's just say frostbite bites.
Yeah.
It hurts. It hurts. Yeah, I don't want to go through having frostbite, frost nip while inside.
No.
See, I have another story here where back in 2020, late 2020, during this a friend of mine lost their home. But basically, they had to live outside their car for a bit. So I actually had to convince them to put on gloves because they were too modest about it, right? I'm like, dude, if your hands are cold, then put on gloves. Put on the hat. I'm not that judgy because you put on gloves or hat because it's cold. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it's just one of those things. So I've seen firsthand. I was in the vehicle with them for like hours too, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they're using a sleeping bag inside. No running water. No power too.
Sleeping
stuff like
bags
a
works
wind-up
just
radio,
perfect.
like a wind-up radio with flashlight. Yeah, gave them some light to look to see. Right, snow was up there, right, and stuff like that. Like I'm seeing them light a candle in their vehicle. Yeah, so yeah, it's desperate when you got to resort to that or have to do that. And I have other stories behind with that, but that's the main idea I wanted to make sure everyone realizes that it does happen to people, even people you might know. And it would probably suck. I know it would, probably would. Because I know the look on their face, right? Their morale's down. Not eating well, right? Things are starting to spiral downwards, right? Like I remember one time when they came back into a warm environment or whatever. They just look cold. I just gave them the blanket and it's like, here, man, you need this over your shoulder. Just put it over their shoulder, drape it over them. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it looks like you could use this. All right. I was fine. Because I had a place warm to go back to. They didn't. So when they came into a warm environment, I'm like, yeah, you need to warm your system back up, right? Because you're probably getting cold to the bone kind of deal, right? Because you don't have external heating like in home to recover from, right?
Yeah,
Which means days of it, right? So I know people can get by. I mean, that was just below freezing. Let's say 20 Fahrenheit, but it would have been way different if it was like, let's say 0 Fahrenheit, minus 17 Celsius, minus 20, right? It would have accelerated that coldness much more. She keeps a stash of wool sweaters. Yeah. If you're not allergic to wool or anything like that, yeah, wool's gonna help you out. Even if it's too small for you, remember with sewing skills, you can convert those elements, those materials, right? And I mentioned this before to you, Shadow. I mentioned this to my side chat before too.
Yeah.
Right? Even if the sweaters are too small or you can't fit it, remember with sewing skills, you can change it so you can, like, I don't know, make a scarf out of it or make something out, or maybe something you put over your legs or arms to maintain some more body insulation. It's just like in the same way of like using a buff or a gaiter on your head or neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing, right? You want more layers on you to retain the heat. Hopefully not sweat, right? The idea is don't sweat though. Don't sweat it. And yeah, I mean, like, what'd you say, Robo Cutters? You also have a large wool blanket. Oh yeah, in your car. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. I mean, I remember one time in minus 30, I went out for, well, it was actually 2 hours divided because I went to a destination. High windshield, I used a blanket to block the wind. Yeah, maybe I look crazy or insane to be out there at that time, but I'm the one out there walking. So I'd rather be warm and comfortable than, complaining kind of deal, right? So yeah, I hear you, Rebel Canners. Yeah, because if you had to walk back or get back home, yeah, that wool blanket's not gonna help you out. Even just to block the wind, if you had to walk it, because it'll keep you warm, right? Because it'll be like a layer. It's just like a cloak or a robe or a poncho, right? Those things were used in the past or have been used, right? Same thing. I wouldn't judge anyone just because, right? Because the thing is, I see them in other places in the world that have gone through winter, right? You see them with, it looks like they have a cloak or they're draping a blanket over their shoulder or head. Yeah. To me, yeah, I would do that.
Please, welcome.
Hello. Well, Razor, sometimes the longer you've been colder, the longer it takes to warm back up.
Yeah, and you can
because people that have gone through situations of hypothermia or whatever, they're in the hospital. They're in the hospital for like days, recovering. It's where a simple blanket or hot shower doesn't cut it, because it takes much longer to warm back up the body, warm up everything to the point where you don't need blankets anymore. Your core body temperature's risen back up to that 37, 98.6 Fahrenheit range. Where it takes a while to recuperate from something like that.
Yeah, you can fix it by your own until a certain point, but when you reach that certain point, you can't manage it by yourself. You need help.
Remember your example from last week, right?
Oh yeah,
same thing,
yeah.
Right? For anyone that missed last week, go check out that portion of it, right? Because that's another important thing to keep in mind. Hi, Corner Clubhouse, Cobalt 66. Hi, welcome.
Hey, Corner Clubhouse, good to see you, brother.
That's a lot of C's in that. Actually, that's a lot of C's and R's in there.
Yeah. Triple C.
Yeah, frostbite sucks. Interesting. That's why I'm a big proponent of not blowing into your hands when they're cold. I'm a big proponent of not doing that. I avoid that at all costs. Because once you do it, you gotta keep doing it then. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why I try to avoid that. Because basically when you blew, yeah, your hands are full warm, but there's moisture. It can dance. Your glove or whatever will start getting wet as you keep doing it, and you gotta keep doing it then. So it's better to stay dry. Like, I will shake my hands or rub them first, way before doing anything like that.
Yeah.
Because once you start going, yeah, you don't have to keep doing it. That's the thing. Avoid doing that whenever possible.
True.
Shake your hands, rub them, put them underneath your armpits first. All right. I will admit, I put my feet underneath people's armpits before. But I justified them because they knew because it was cold. I had frostbite on my fingers, or my toes were really cold. I just came back from like minus 30, right? Or whatever, right? So yeah. Right. My friends don't judge me because they know this is a serious situation. I would do the same thing for them because I know this is the right call to make, right? Not them be like, ooh, this is so weird. No, I'm doing it to help you. That's how I see it. I'm doing it to help you. I don't care how weird it is. I'm helping you. That's what's more important.
Yeah, exactly.
It comes back to like, hey, I'll wear a pink glove if I have to. not be so modest about something. Because it comes back to the example I was saying about earlier with someone I knew. They were too modest to wear the gloves, too modest to put on the hat. You know what I mean? Too modest about it, right? No, dude. Look at the situation you're in. I would be doing even more than this because I know better.
Yeah, and you
Right.
need this. You need.
Well, it's just like your example, like last week, right? If I knew you were cold or whatever because you're wet or whatever, you need a fire. I'd be like, okay, you're serious, right? I'd be like, you're serious, right? You definitely need this. Okay, I'm on it right now. Just because you've asked, I wouldn't even ask again because I know that it's an important situation for you. So I'm gonna help you out because I'm the one that's in a normal state, so to speak, not cold or whatever, right? I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Like if I was with you at that time, I would have been like, okay, I'll do this for you, man, because I know this is important right now. There's a point to be serious, and there's a point to joke around, and there's a point to be serious, right?
Yeah.
I'll be like, okay, this seems serious. I would just say it straight out, right? Something needs to be done now, right? Before the situation may get worse, or out of control, or beyond your limits of being able to handle it. It's like trying to treat something or deal with something early on, or be proactive about it. Sometimes it's probably better before it gets worse, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Try to make the situation better, not worse. So then they have to turn back on some power plants or something, like coal plants or something like that. I think I heard about that, but France. I forget what country that was. I thought it was France or.
Germany uses a lot of coal plants.
Yeah.
They discussed to. I don't know if they use them, still use them, but.
Or the nuclear plants and stuff like that.
I believe I heard somewhere that they. I don't know if it was Germany or.
I'm trying to remember what country that was.
They had in mind to go back to the coal and.
Or at least, even if they're not fired up right now, we'll just have them ready to go. Just because then again, it comes back to, on the environmental side, I don't want that happening. But again, on the survivalism side, it needs to happen, unfortunately. Right?
Yeah.
Because what happens if people lose let's just say if you don't do that, places get destroyed or whatever because water damage, it's probably going to even be worse, more expensive. Maybe even worse for the environment too, because all these homes have to be rebuilt. All this infrastructure has to be rebuilt then.
Indeed.
So, the worst of the two evils kind of deal, or the whatever that saying is, So. Because I don't want another coal fire plant to fire up or whatever, but on my environmental side, but I also don't want people perishing on the survivalism side, or things getting broken pipes and all this other stuff. Because the thing is, what's going to happen is every time there's a situation like that, emergency relief effort has to come into an area, which actually means that those are resources that can't help other places. Because, you know what I mean? because it has to be allocated to a certain region now, right? Because they're in danger or whatever, right? But if they're not, then it doesn't have to be allocated there. It can help other people, a local area or stuff like that. So, yeah, I guess everyone's gonna learn about a lot of stuff this winter. That's for sure.
Yeah, it will be pretty interesting winter.
Take care,
That's
Ray.
for sure.
Yeah, Ray's just taking off. Take care.
Yeah, and for me, it will be interesting to see how much our electrical bill goes up. Uh,
Hey, it might come back down to hey, turn off the lights when you leave the room.
yeah,
I mean, like, hey, maybe buy some time, right?
yeah,
I'm used to, let's say, 1969 inside, so I can get by on 18 too. It just means I have to wear like more clothes, but I can get by. You might have to come back. It might come back down to that where you have to just, all right? Because I know they've been asking, oh, turn down your heat or turn down your AC, but right,
yeah,
you also need stuff if you do that, right? Because if they're asking for that, then that means yeah, there may be issues down the road for some areas. Yeah, feel free to chime in on the side chat. I like to hear
yeah,
what other people are going through or are doing or whatever. I realize that there are people out there that we know or do know of that go through situations like this. Understand that it's not just an isolated situation and stuff like that. So
yeah, exactly.
that's why I bring up examples from the past, because those things have happened. Some of them are
Yeah,
recent. Some of them are within the last X amount of years, this decade, this century already, right? Here in Canada too, right? So we're not immune to certain little things. Doesn't happen
yeah,
often, don't get me wrong, but the freezing rain, yeah, that happened. That was a while ago, long time ago now, but back in the 80s or late 80s, but it did happen. All right, was cascading power outages or fails. It happened in the US, in out east in 03. But that was during the summertime. Because I'm really hoping and cross my fingers that does not happen, or there's a cascade event. Because that'd be very serious. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because I know people said about drawing power from somewhere else. Well, I mean, but what happens if they need the power and they don't have enough? Then it starts to cascade, and yeah, it might not be good. Hopefully, it wouldn't happen. I'm trying to be optimistic about it. Take care, Victoria. It's nice to quietly listen to you too. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I use solar garden lights all year round now. And can I
yeah,
actually like having it? It's one less thing I have to worry about. You know, in the evening or whatever. You know, if there was an hour or two or whatever without power, it'd be like it wouldn't. It'd just be a slight inconvenience. And still be able to see, I just do other things for a little bit.
yeah, exactly.
You know, see, this is why I'm a big proponent of actually having a light source on you. regardless if it's a lighter, torch, flashlight, your phone, one of those. Because the thing about a power outage, if it happens at nighttime, right, and you don't have solar lights that just stay on regardless, or independent power sources, right? Maybe a light that turns on as soon as there's power outage, right? You're gonna be in the dark right away, right? Especially if it's like your whole area, right? Not just your home or your building. It's gonna be pitch black, right? Or it could be pitch black depending where you are, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I'm a big proponent of having something on you. Now you don't have to stumble in the dark right away. You got something like a lighter, a flashlight, a torch, your phone on you. You instantly turn it on. Now you can see. You go find your power outage lights out, blackout kit, your supply of flashlights or whatever, and right. But if you're stumbling in the dark initially, yeah, I mean, I don't want to step on a toy or or whatever, right? You know what I mean? That would suck. and the reason why I'm a big proponent of having in a washroom, especially a washroom that doesn't get sunlight or daylight, it's pitch black in there. If you're in the shower with shampoo in your hair, you probably don't have to still rinse, right?
Exactly.
Right. You still don't have to get changed. You still don't have to get dry and dry off with a towel and then get changed. It would be easier if you could see. I don't know. Anyone ever tried to like have a shower in the dark? Anyone tried that before? Yeah. Probably not to be a great experience, right? Trying to dry off in the dark and get changed. That's even before anything happens, right? I mean, even before you do anything. Because you have to get out of the shower first. You probably just quickly rinse your hair, get dry, and put on clothes, right? That still takes time. And the power outages or whatever, they happen whenever, right? You unless it's scheduled, you have no idea when it's happening. And it could be quite possible it happens while you're in the shower, in the bathtub, or whatever, right? So that's why I'm a big proponent of having a flashlight by your shower or something like that. At least a light source of some sort. It doesn't have to be really bright, just bright enough so you can see what you're doing, dry off, get your clothes on, and, do stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you about that, Caesar.
Yeah, I don't want to stumble in the dark or stub my toe in the dark. And that's having a flashlight, even to a certain degree, a lighter or even a glow stick would be a way of being proactive, right? And at least, you're not making the situation worse by like, oh, of course, the power outage happens while I'm in the shower.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't happened to me yet, but I keep a flashlight by the shower now. That's always there. I just check it every so often. Yeah, it's still on. As long as I can see, that's good enough. I don't need it really bright, but I do need it bright enough that I can see the ground, see what I'm doing, get changed, get out of the washroom, and start, let's say, opening like candles, lights out kits, stuff like that. Get ready with our stuff like that. Like even if it's a $1 flashlight that takes those AAA batteries, right? And that could be the best $1 you spend for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Like even if it's not waterproof or whatever, right? Well, the easiest thing is just put it in a baggie and just hang it in the shower with you then. Something like that. Just get it out of the way.
I installed 3 outdoor solar light as night lights in some rooms. Well,
okay. That's cool.
Awesome.
Oh, okay. Okay, Warren. Yeah, I hear you on that. You too, Tammy. Yes. Yeah, solar lights charging right now. I don't have to. I just want to. I just want to do it. A lot of benefits over time. And besides, during the night, I don't actually have to turn on the lights per se. You know,
Yeah.
stumble in the washroom, I don't even have to turn on the lights. I don't ruin my night vision, but I can see kind of what I'm doing. So. Of course, that applies if you have access to sunlight, right? If your apartment or whatever is on the north-facing side a lot of the time, well, I don't know. You probably need battery banks and stuff. Batteries.
Yeah.
A little bit more frequently. Chem lights like candles or glow sticks if you want. I'm not a big fan of glow sticks, and I do have candles just in case, but I probably wouldn't dip into candles right away though. I'd probably use the solar lights first. Try to avoid an open flame if I possibly can.
Yeah. But if you don't have anything else, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand.
well, you have to use what you get. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just bring this icon back. I really should make this like brown, like coffee brown. I should make a version like this, coffee brown.
Yeah.
I'll be like, it's supposed to symbolize coffee.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So yeah, I mean, blankets, all that other stuff, right?
Yeah, blankets.
Even things like long johns and sweats you can wear underneath pants and stuff like. Because there may be a certain degree where you have to wear more than one pair of pants because how cold it is, right?
Yeah.
Your legs might start getting cold. Trust me, cold legs are not pleasant in the winter. Trust me, especially if the wind chill's high.
Yeah.
It's not slow you down because that's all you can think about, right? And you're trying to, and you'll actually start running or moving faster to warm them up, right? Because as soon as you start getting cold, you start shivering.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It comes back to like what I said about the wool. I mean, even if it's too small, I can make something from a sweater one size smaller than what I usually fit. I know I can. I know you guys can too. It just depends. Like even if you don't have long johns or stuff like that, or your area doesn't actually sell winter stuff per se, well,
yeah,
you can still layer up in different ways if need be. At least I would consider it.
Yeah.
Hopefully you have access to too and stuff like that. If you don't, there's ways to go around it. Because basically it's a form of shelter. So, like I said, I've worn buffs and gaiters in the winter now. I know how much.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to work in -20, -30 on their own, but they will be part of your base layer, part of the layering. Keep the wind off you a little bit longer. Keep you warmer a little bit longer, right? Because those I can wear in -0, 32 Fahrenheit, 20 Fahrenheit, -10 still. Get by. Especially if I have a hoodie on or something like that, I can get by. But as the temperature gets lower, I start putting on like toques and stuff like that. I'll still wear them. It's like I don't have a gaiter on right now, but during the winter time, I wear one all the time, just so if I need that little bit of extra, I still got some. And besides, it keeps the wind off your neck and stuff like that. When a cold neck it hurts. Ugh. Or a cold forehead, it hurts. Trust me.
Yeah, it does.
Frostbite on those areas, it just hurts. It really does hurt. I mean, I've had frostbite on my hands and stuff like that, feet, but on your neck or forehead, it just hurts really bad. Because I'm not used to that kind of pain in those areas. So. Come on, battery. Charge faster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. The colder it is, your battery's not drain faster on devices and stuff like that. For the most part, right? I think most people are aware of that.
Yeah.
In extreme cold, your battery drains faster on your phone and on your battery banks. So
exactly.
That's another reason why you may actually want that extra cooling, so you can at least keep those warm too. Right? Just keep them warm. Because I remember showing this video where I said take winter seriously.
Yeah.
Shameless plug-in for that video. I was outside in minus 37 Celsius. My battery for the device at that time was at 50%. When I came back inside 5 minutes later, it was down to 4. That's how fast it happened. Right. So, yeah. Your battery can drain real fast in the cold.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So, it's one of those things, I'd be like keeping the battery banks or whatever closer to me. Maybe sleeping with them, making sure they don't stay on the outside too long. Maintain a charge on them. Especially if you're like using solar or have to use them. You want to make sure, you're conserving as much power as possible and not losing it to like the cold, right? Oh, because I decided to leave the battery bank outside or outside the tent or outside my shelter or outside my sleeping bag. Next thing you know, I just dropped like half of it already. Right? You just lost half the power from doing nothing. Right?
Exactly.
Which that could be like powering lights or your phone or something like that. So, yeah. It could be coming back to like that. You had spare gloves or mitts or whatever, put it in a mitt. I don't know. Something like that. Keep your phone in mitt. Keep it warm, right? Keep it next to your body. Keep the device warm. Hey, it could be a radio. Anything along the lines of that. That uses power. Or battery power. Maybe it's a walkie-talkie. Well, still the battery's not going to get cold. Something
exactly.
Like so, try to keep those warm.
Yeah.
How long are you planning to go for? Because I have more to say. I do have a few more points here and there.
Okay. Talk about the few main points you have left, and then we wrap things up.
Well, I want to talk to you after, by the way. FYI.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, let's just sum up everything. I guess that would probably be a good way to sum things up here. Hopefully nothing happens in your own area. Hopefully nothing happens wherever you are in the world. Norway, Germany, I don't know, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter anymore. Because we all know that things can happen anywhere nowadays. It's just the way it is. Here in Canada, US, wherever, right? Alaska, it doesn't really matter anymore. What more important is be ready, proactive on this situation. Anticipate that it could happen, even for a few hours to a few days or longer. Try to be ready for it the best you can. Proactive to it. If the signs start showing themselves, maybe take those signs seriously and stuff like that. Be ready. You can only go without water so long. But however, exposure, you can only go so long with extreme exposure, right? So water and food, cover, sheltered water and food, boy, that'd be fairly high of a priority. Something like lighting and stuff like that, battery banks, solar lights, candles will probably get you by for quite a bit. I would.
Yeah.
I'm not so much worried about the lighting I've seen. I'm not saying it's not important, but that's the easy part. There's a lot of options, right? Solar lights, flashlights. You probably can have enough batteries to go for a couple weeks if need be, right? Because remember, during the daytime, you're not going to be using lights so much. It's for in the evening at night, right? Let's just say midwinter, after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where it starts getting dark. Let's say the winter solstice, where it's like 16 hours of darkness. Sometimes longer, depending where you are in the world, right?
Yeah.
The more north, but the poles, right? It gets longer amount of time that it gets dark. So, where solar and stuff like that may not be an option. That's the unfortunate thing. In the wintertime, solar is not always an option. It's not always available either. But it does. There is sun in the winter. You just don't get a lot of it. It's
no,
very
we get
yeah.
Limited.
Yeah, limited. All right. And remember, it's lower on the horizon, so things like trees, buildings, and stuff like that will create shadows. So you might not get that direct sunlight for long periods of time. But if depending on where you are, if sunlight is available, try to utilize it the best you can. Not just for passive heating, like on the south-facing window. Let's just say, like, you put your tent on the south-facing window. Let your tent warm up, then your shelter will stay warmer. If that was like that, right? And let's see what else. Layers. Yeah, layers. Not only your clothing, but your shelter. Have multiple options available for you, so you could choose the best one at the time. I have both lights and candles. I don't usually use glow sticks much, stuff like that, but solar lights, stuff like that. Top up your fuel beforehand, before the season, the winter, the coldness comes in the season. Let's see what else. Take advantage of deals if you can on clothing, especially warm stuff. I mean, if you can get let's say you could get a blanket for like $1. Let's just say $1.
Yeah.
For free. I mean, like, maybe consider it. Maybe useful. I mean, like, I picked up got a couple of blankets. They're crocheted by hand, but I got them for free. They'll help me. They'll buy me. I know they'll buy me some time. These blankets you could put underneath as padding too, right? To avoid the conduction to the ground or the floor that you're on. It's probably like I said, the floor is probably gonna be the coldest. Probably.
Yeah.
So insulate yourself from the ground too, right? Just like how you insulate from the ground outside in an outdoor shelter. You still want to do that on the inside in a room or a home or apartment or a house or whatever. If it came back down to that, where you bring in your water supplies and your canned goods, right? So they don't freeze. I would be less worried about the freeze-dried, dehydrated stuff. You'll probably those the cold won't make a big deal. Probably not. Unless moisture gets into it or whatever, but
Exactly.
do you have anything else to add? Because I have one more point.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Because another thing is do things now while it's easy, before the storms come, before they come, right? Top it off the fuel and all of that stuff, right? Maybe if you can get some solar lights or whatever may give you an option for lighting, that you can supplement your flashlights, your battery-powered flashlights, torches, and candles with. Might buy you some time.
Yeah.
Right, and stuff like that. Because I know not everyone can get a generator, big solar panel, a solar array, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because some people are limited, right? Space, where they live, finances, so do what you can, right? But shelter, water, and food are probably gonna be the high priority,
Yeah, indeed.
right? You'll survive without the internet. You'll survive without being on social media. Now, without the shelter and water and the food to back that up, though. Not that get far without that. And stuff like that. Anything else you want to add in?
No, I can't come up with anything more, so I think we covered the most of it already, so.
Yeah. Well, again, Shadow, thanks for having me on. And with like for once, I'm actually having a much easier time this time around. Not like last week or the week before.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it is the heat. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Because usually I would have been breaking up already. But I'm like, yes, I got some luck. And yes, I do have solar lights outside right now charging.
Yeah.
So, like I said, those floodlamps or floodlights or floodlights, I mean, those are becoming more and more common in outdoor environments. I've seen them around. People have them around. So, those could be useful for a lot of things. Not only for over the winter, but a lot of things. There's a lot of reasons why you can charge it outside, bring it inside, use it as part of security option in terms of so there's light outside, right? And stuff like that. So there might be other things you can do with that stuff. Although they're more expensive than, let's say, garden lights, honestly. Because I know those will probably range in the $40, $70, $90 range or something like that. But they're really bright. Like, you can put one in the shed. Those kind of things.
Exactly.
So, something to keep an eye out for. Because I've noticed that some people are gravitating towards them more and more now. I could use something like that. Because unfortunately, I did buy one, but it was the solar. The battery itself was defective. The solar was fine, but the battery couldn't take a charge, even though I just bought it as new. So I had to return that. But thank goodness that's why you try things out. Right? No beforehand.
Hey, Jack.
What's up, Jack? Well, we're about to slip out here. Unless you want to join us in the backstage, Jack, with us after. Well, you're planning to slip probably like, what, 10 minutes from now, hey? Probably relatively soon.
Yeah, wrap things up because I begin to get pretty tired, so.
Yeah. Don't worry, I won't keep you up much longer after. I know. I keep forgetting it's afternoon time here, so I'm wide awake. I keep forgetting sometimes.
Yeah. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back.
All right. So. Yeah, this topic of energy crisis, yeah. Try to be ready for it the best you can. Have some alternative means of certain things. Maybe it'll buy you some time. Hopefully. Buy you enough time until someone can come back, or you have a more reliable source of something. Whatever it is. It's all good, Jack. How's it going, my friend? Yeah. Yeah, Wartime, yeah. Try to source out something now in advance before any snow or cold or wind chill or freezing rain or sleet starts happening. You don't gotta sleep. Man, go and get more blankets. And that'd be at least a start. I know I got enough blankets. It's more like everything else. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they will help. Like I said, if it's not a sleep blanket, at least blankets. Yeah. We were just commenting about the blanket thing, because that's a good step. Because blankets are not just for yourself, but they could be used as like a barrier from a door, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a draft barrier, right? Plastic, you're hanging a blanket, right? Maybe not a heavy blanket, but a lighter weight blanket, right? It'll be a barrier from the cold to the heat. And like I said, you want to slow down the heat transfer from your building or your apartment or on person like yourself to the outside, right? The slower it takes, the warmer you'll be for a longer period of time.
I have no idea, Jack, but those old military horse blankets, I'm familiar with them, but I'm not sure if I can find any at the moment. But
do what you can, right? Do what you can. Like I said, we all
yeah,
have different access to resources, whatever, funds and all that stuff. Do what you can right now.
sometimes you can find them, sometimes you don't. So
Yeah, but there's some things like knowing where your water shut off is, your gas shut off is. Hey, you can learn that for free. Get that for that. Learn that for free. Know that information for free, right? And something like that could save you a lot of hassle in the long term. Like I said, water damage. Like I said, water is gonna be your best friend and probably your worst enemy in the winter. You need it, but you're gonna hate it if everything else gets wet. So yeah, knowing where that water shut off is, so pipes don't burst if that was necessary, right? Or if you had to leave the area, right? So you come back to a dry home and not one that the pipes burst and all that stuff. Learn from the experiences from other people in the past, right? Always learn from the experiences from people in the past, because they've gone through stuff, right? Try to avoid those. Oh, yeah, maybe I should remember where the water shut off is, right? Before we leave, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Well, I'm done what I wanted to say for this stream. So
yeah,
I'll let Shadow take over here.
I can get those Polish army blankets, but I have to order them online. But I can get them. But they are a little bit expensive, but
do what you can, right? Even if you gotta put 10 sweaters together to make a blanket, hey, Might help. You know, or a quilt. Make a quilt from a bunch of stuff. Well, yeah, might help.
Yeah.
Might actually buy you the time that you need. Might be well worth it. So. Mm-hmm.
And besides, I have in mind to buy those old army military blankets. Yeah, I had in mind to buy them for a while now. So I had the idea. Yeah, those trench coats are really heavy and warm. So
I'm away from the keyboard. I'm away from the chat now, but
yeah, I think it's a good idea to begin to wrap things up.
Yeah. So learn from our people.
I
know I'm learning from you guys.
Yeah. So I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. So
Yeah. See, now it's like 20 some Celsius out, 70 Fahrenheit. I'm thinking about winter already.
Yeah.
Now I'm even thinking about it because I think it's easier if I think about it now than have to make or do something in the winter when it's already cold. It's like for me, I try out my snowblower in like September.
Thanks, Jack.
I fire it up. That way I don't have to do it when I really need it and mine's 30 and it's not firing up. That's being proactive. I knew I shouldn't have looked at the chat.
Okay, guys, take care, stay safe. God
Take
bless.
care, everyone.
And well, guys, I'll see you in the next one. And we are out.